Hey everyone. Do all the usual startup thingies. It's funny, it's only the YouTube stuff that forces me to have to do it in this order, otherwise I could have... Ah, yes, kick. Yeah, it's only the YouTube stuff that forced me to do it in this order. I figured it else before logging on, but YouTube gives you that link after you've made it, which is annoying. I guess I could technically create a waiting stream like it'll start eventually, but I don't know. There's a lot of things I could probably do better if I wanted to be more organized. Probably should do them, to be honest. But, eh. I assume most people will just skip past the first part of the stream unless they want to hear me talk. Which, you know, it's fine. Talk about all the incredibly useful things I did, and I didn't do anything on the game in the last, since I was last streaming. Not a damn thing. I would've, but I just had other things I had to get done, so it wasn't really the most useful or productive game dev time. I got that, Now I just gotta post each one saying to wish list and everything, and I'm good. For a sneezing fit. Well, stop that. As I've said before, I'm allergic to game dev, apparently. In case you need further confirmation of that. My well-known allergen to game dev. Hey TX, how's it going? Just posting all my messages to the tops of every one of the streams so I can pin them. Well, posting them so I can pin them. There you go. Pin them to the top there. Words make sense eventually, as soon as I've had enough caffeine for that to be the case. I'm not sure there's enough caffeine in the world for the words to make sense, but eventually I'm told that it'll make sense. There is enough alcohol in the world for the words to make sense. That's true. It doesn't take very much alcohol for the words to make sense. Maybe I just don't care what the words are after that. That's true too. Is working? Nice, nice. Working on exciting things? To-do list. I need to space out my collectibles more. Annoying things? Ah, must have kind of VW bug? Oh, I see. Amount of space. Okay, alright, alright. The trick is, you just hum the Tetris theme and try to put them in lines, and I'm told that they'll vanish and fit. It'll work out. I tried at the grocery store and stuff with, you know, the bag there. It doesn't work, but, you know, I'm probably not very good at getting the groceries in line. But hear me out. It's worth a try because you're out nothing. And then you can tell everyone else that's what you're doing, and then they might try it too, and maybe we can start an entire global thing where people hum the Tetris theme while packing stuff. What will this accomplish? Nothing. Nothing whatsoever. But it would be awkwardly funny. I guess I should test this and make certain it's actually playable. It shouldn't be because I put so much extra crap in here that it should be almost impossible to beat. If it ever loads. Anytime. That first load's always terrible because it has to load every single thing into the memory. I should probably institute a save point here if I'm going to keep testing this room. Or maybe I'm just going to play it as the you have one life to live. We play hardcore mode. Or I guess popcore mode.
You're going the right way. Why are you talking to me? You're going the right way. Nobody could ever love me.
Why is your sanity still going down? I know why. Because I essentially created another room, which means now every one of these needs to reflect the new name. Of course, of course, of course. Oh, that's going to pose a problem. These are taller than the room, essentially, because if I created like a mini room with the lower section here, these stick out above it, but the way the light system works is it checks which room you're in. Because I created a box that, you know, as long as you're in it, it says you're in this room, your variable changes for that. And then these lights have a thing that says, hey, if you're in the same room as me, then it's cool, you know, I work. I'm within a certain range. And this is so you can't have a light through a wall because there's no such thing as actual light in this per se. Like it's not like you can't tell if you're in the light. All I'm really doing is checking the range, and then the room makes it so that it effectively creates walls. But this is too tall, which means that I basically have to have a... I guess the room needs to be also over here too. Like the lower room needs to count as up here. But then they're going to wonder why the lights don't hit them. I guess the way around that is to simply make it so that the lights... There's an extra light nearby those, then it will be irrelevant. Like I could just put a light on the other side. And put that one in the other room, and then they'll be like, well, okay. Is that what I want to do, though? The two-room things is just because Charlotte will move between the various smokes she has, and I didn't want to make a whole special AI for it. To ignore the bottom ones. I mean, they're both going to be a programming issue. I need to put these lights right here, though, right? I mean, this light's already here, which should effectively act just like this light. Well, I guess, sorta. I mean, if there's another light here... And then just one over here. You can avert disaster without actually coding anything special. That is a lot of light, though. Also occurs to me there needs to be smoke up there, too. Not smoke, but, fog. So cool to discover that Unreal Engine has a fog thingy. Just instant fog. Like, here you go. Have a fog. You just drag it out there and it's like, yep, I'm good. Built right into the engine. don't know if it respects the ground or not. Does it? It does not. Well, much of Unreal Engine is smoke and mirrors. It doesn't really quite understand much else. If it doesn't work like real fog, just like water doesn't work like real water. Or the infamous breasts don't work like breasts because, you know, they stick right through clothing like there's some sort of, you know, missile or something just goes right on through things. These are all things that have been problems in my game dev career. Oh, did I not? I forgot to enable the social stream ninja. I'm not even looking through the chats. I've had. 1 second. Wait, what? Configure. The hell are you talking about? Just for YouTube my career rather than Twitch my personal. Make sure the trade is stressful. Money messing. Yeah, I don't want to mess with something like that. Let me figure out why this is not working. I have a thing to combine all the chats. Well, it doesn't always work right. It's really the best way to put it. It doesn't always work right. It wants to work right, but hear me out. It doesn't always work right. All the old sources. It saves every YouTube source ever. Gets finicky and weird, and streaming. YouTube is not built for streaming. It's very bad at it. It is really bad, and it shows all too often. You good yet? Yeah, I mean this social stream ninja thingy is pretty good when it works. All right, testing. Okay, now I should see it. Test there too. Ah, yes. Yes, indeed. I'm not an early morning person. I'm trying to be an early morning person, but I can tell you right now, I'm not an early morning person. I'm just not. I'll probably never truly be an early morning person. But being up all night makes it really hard to live life, and since I have a regular job, man, it's rough. It's really rough to be up all night and then be up during the day for work. But anyway, as you were saying there, the yeah, I do need to figure out some sort of setup for this room thing here, but like I can just fake it. I don't know if I want to program a custom solution for one room. I don't think so. I usually prefer not to do that if I can get around it. Because, you know, you really don't want to custom solution anything if you don't have to, unless it's super important that you do so. And is it? Really? Not usually. Close out my 9 million extra thingies I got going on. I just sold hot in my ears today. I was watching a show before this, and the volume of the show was kind of low, so I was like, well, I'll be turned up, and I flip on the music here, and it's like, I'm awake now. I'm awake. I think. I don't feel awake, but I guess I'm awake. These need to emit light, too. They have little lights on them. Well, I guess not there yet, but I guess that's technically a thing that I need to, because I put little tiny lights on them, they need to count as lights. That also is going to drastically change things, because now you can't buy a button as a sanity thing. I should probably fix that before I continue, because it will change how you play the room. You won't be able to stay there for long because Charlotte's coming very quickly. I'll probably need to change her behavior around too, but the previous version of the room was kind of lame. Had me earlier, and this lady was talking in a throaty voice, and the decibels all the way, and the sound made me cringe the whole meeting. Oh.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
Hey, Lepus, how's it going? Yeah, I don't know about them. Some women just have a voice that just... Whew. Honestly, if I wasn't hitting that, most women have a voice I didn't want to hear in the morning. That's true. If I'm hitting that, then, you know... Thanks for the Lepus. You're talking, it sounds like a frog. All raspy and vibrational. Yeah. You haven't missed a day of smoking in your life, have you, lady? How can you tell? I just know these things. It's, oof. I will say one thing about streaming. I don't really usually have to hear any women talking to me, but I'm not have many people talking to me at all, honestly. Like, people type at me, sure, but I don't hear many people talk at me. What was the light code? I remember a while ago I designed this AC light thingy, and I should have done a better job. Because I have to have like a separate thing for this, and that's stupid. I don't like that. So I have access to the owner, but it's not a direct reference to whatever is actually... It's not a specific reference. But why don't I just give it a gameplay tag of a light? Why in the world am I dealing with variables? What, am I stupid? I must be stupid. I'm gonna have to fix a lot of lights after this, but it's gonna make every light in the future 1,000 times easier to set up. Okay, it'll save me like about an extra 30 seconds every light, at the cost of making me have to drop 30 seconds on every light right now. You know, that part sucks, but then from that point on, I'll be able to just drop this AC light onto something and it'll count as a light, as long as I remember to give the gameplay tag to the other. Sure. Okay, this deals with the child actor issue as well. I guess AC light itself doesn't. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Well, every future light, I'll just be able to hopefully drop this on there because I don't want to have to individually add special code for each light or anything like that. Or basically, if I can minimize it where all the code can be just slapped onto one little component, I should probably do that for something that is reusable. And to be honest, I should have done the same for a lot of stuff, but instead I've done a lot more like a child actor type of setup, which was good until I started having things mix up a lot more. Now it's more problematic, but I'm not going to redo all that. But lights are a big portion of this game. So I guess I should. This doesn't... Weird. Why is it not an option? I haven't looked at this code in quite some time, so I'm reviewing it to remind myself what I even did. I was thinking of improving the way this is set up anyway, because it's actually not the most efficient method of doing it. It's actually an improvement over the previous version that I had, but essentially what's happening is Poppet's getting all the actors with the tag light on them and then checking the range against them over and over and over. But that's a dangerous action, because what it is it has to check every single actor on the entire map. And at any point, there's usually a couple thousand within range. And if it does it over and over and over, I mean, it's every second, so it's not like the most often. I get why I have it set up like this, though. The actors with tag light, because I can't get all the ones with gameplay tag, so I still have to tag them all with light either way. I'm not sure there's really a way to make this more efficient, or if I can take one offhand. is not more efficient. I was trying to find a better way to do it. One of the options is to check for that component in all of them, but if I check for that component in all of them, I'm still going through every single actor, which accomplishes nothing different than what I was already doing. Well, I guess I'm just sticking with the other method then. Now to remind myself how I had that set up. I just need this. Alright, so basically, the way the system is set up is Poppet runs this event that loops called Find Nearby Lights. I start it when, you know, when her event begin play happens, so basically at the start of every time she shows up on a level. And basically what it's doing is it finds all these actors with the actor tag light. And it goes through each one, checking like that, you know, all these, it gets an array of those, and pulls the information off them. And information being the attenuation radius. How big is the light we're talking about? Where is the light located? Which room are we talking about? Which is the problem I have here with the double rooms. And then if the light is on. If the light's not even on, then we just go ahead and remove it from the nearby actors array that are alight, because I'm keeping arrays of if there is actors that have lights on them, and if there's not, like if Poppet's in range. And then it checks the distance. If it's not within range, again, removes it. If it's within range, it adds it to the thing. And then after it's done doing that, it goes through here and says, okay, so the nearby actors that are lights like that, what's the link to this array? If at any point it's less than 1, then she's in the light. Wait, what? Now, let's see. Nearby actors like that, yeah. So nearby actors got added here. Light actors. Okay, yeah. So it's adding light actors to the array. So if it's less than 1, she's in the darkness because there's no lights in the array, which means that, hey, you know, she's not nearby anything. Otherwise, it puts her in the light. If there's anything in that array. And then oh, this just checks if they're not valid anymore and removes them. An extra check because there's problems. And then it loops again. And this is how Poppet knows where she's in the light like that. But to get this to work, a few things need to be true. First off, they need to have a tag that says light on them, which is not that hard to add. Then I have to have light information set up on them. So they have to have this BPI interact thing set up. And I have to fill in this information on them. Okay, that was the first stage. But then I had a problem. Like if I just put a light in the world, like I just dragged one of these tubes into the world, it works. Everything's good. Everything's fine. This counts as a light. Nothing's... But sometimes they have children. Like here, this thing is a child of that. And all I do is getting the actors with light on there. So that child thingy is going to not... You won't find that. It doesn't find the... Each, like, you know... Well, basically a child actor becomes a component like that. It doesn't go through each component and find the light. So there's code to essentially go through and check each thing to see if it's a light or not on there. So I can put lights inside of things instead of having to individually assemble stuff. If that helps. I'm trying to remember the rest of how I have the code set up, but because, well, you know. I haven't looked at this in a minute. But a lot of it came about because I had things like this, where there was a light in here, or like lights inside of these, you know, control panel things. These control panel things have been the biggest pain because there's destroyable parts of them. There's light parts of them. This button is not actually part of it, so it's fine. Or there's little shops here where there's like little lights inside here and things. I mean, well, it won't really make much difference because I either have to give each one a different name for where they're at, like a different tag, and it would have to be something like, you know, the name of the room and then light or something like that, because if I just give it the name of the room, then a lot of things are going to have that and it's going to be an issue. But I'll have to have an individual one of those set up for each and everything on Poppet herself instead of putting the name that they're at on the thing that they're in. And I'll still have to put basically the name of the room on them because it'll be in that tag. So basically I will have taken a variable that said the name of the room and instead mashed it with the actor tag for light. And then added all those to Poppets. Then Poppet we need to have a big old huge thing on herself for each room name. And that won't deal with the children thingy at all. That's its own thing. I was hoping for a way is like I have a light component, and the light component, what it does is it, whoever owns it, basically whatever it's on, it gets all its child actors and then checks if it has a light and then assigns it the room we're located set up here. Thus allowing me to basically set up all their light code because they're already set up to kind of work off that. But I didn't want to have to individually go through each child and do this because the issue is that, I mean, I'm putting them in different rooms. And that's slightly problematic. I would like easier ways to do things. This is actually the easier way, as gross as that is, over the previous one. Also, it crashed. 10 out of 10. First crash of the day is the best crash of the day. Right. Yeah, at this point, the systems have gotten really complicated. And usually I have to spend a few minutes reminding myself of how I had something set up because there's so many systems. I suppose I could write down some notes on how I had it done. And perhaps I should be doing that. Commenting things. Of course, I don't even know where I would comment this particular thing. Maybe inside the AC light component for what it needs. But it would be so much more ideal if that light component could do everything. Like if I could just set and forget. And it might be worth investing the time in that because I do still have 3 more chapters worth of stuff to do after this. So it's not like I mean, I have a lot of game left to make. But I don't want to run into the programmer problem of the whole, you know, this thing would have taken me like, you know, 2 days to do, but instead I took the programmer solution and it took 2 weeks. It's really common. A lot of things it's like, you know, technically this is a better system, but you spent so long making it that you didn't save any time. You actually spent like, you know, way more time and, you know. I thought I deleted this horrible track. Ugh. Okay, no, this is a different one. I don't like this so much either. Yeah, whatever. Not worth them. Yeah. And, you know, it's a thing. But then there's some code that has to be on there, such as, you know, setting visibility on point lights and things. Unless the point light was on the AC light, it's on the AC component, which you can't have. I can't have a. Can you have a light on this? No. Because this is just another component, so I can't just do that. I'm wondering if there's just an easier way. But the issue comes down to these not being able to necessarily know what's on the thing that it's on. I mean, I guess you could get all the children, but then you'd have to have all these things set up too. And this will change attenuation radius, things like that. It plays a light noise, sure. Just to double check, this automatically provides a light, right? I don't need to do anything special on that. Where is it? It's in the ground. But yeah, I mean, the longer I work on things, the more I improve things. Are you like microscopic? Is that what I'm seeing here? You're so tiny I just can't see you? Fair. And over time I really have made some massive improvements on these. I've made stuff that's so much better than it was. Purely to save time, and also as I discovered I needed to improve systems because they couldn't do what I needed them to do initially. Or what I need them to do now, I think, because the original system was okay, but these things don't have the ability to target them, so I can't turn them on and off. That's fine. They have a built-in light on-off. Room we're located. You're not a real light for purposes of this, are you? It has all this. Continuation is there. Room we're located in is on. Is here. You do have a room we're located, right? Like I'm not crazy. I am crazy. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. Manual, right? No. That's the Poppet Master. Speaking of things that exist because I decided to make a souped up Uber version of stuff, the Puppet Master. The all-purpose thingy that controls all enemies on the map. Actually, it controls all NPCs too. And any possessed object. In fact, it controls, like, the world. Very useful. 10 out of 10. You know... Huh. These never matched. Interesting. This should just be painting world. I forgot I even had that here. The thing that counted as the room info. That probably fixes the bug without me realizing I fixed the bug. It might not sound important, but everything is dictated by whether or not that string in there happens to say the correct name as every other, like the matching string on all the stuff in the room. The room located in. So if they don't match, then well, you get scenarios like this where it doesn't work. Do you need an actor tag? Is that what has to happen here? I'll just type tag. Don't type actor. It counts as a light. It's a light. In light, sure. Ah, this is a copy of that's up there. Am I forgetting some code? That code is just not the code that I made, so that can be duplicated just fine. I got rid of the outline thing because it's never outlined, I guess, in those ones. Oh yeah, because these ones are set up to work around something else turning them on, not the player. Why did I do it like this? I have questions. Why are there 3 of them? Why didn't I do this in a way that was way easier for later purposes? Well, that one counts as a light. This one doesn't. Why? Light is on, sure. I guess I didn't. Never mind, this is the one I'm looking at. This doesn't even have a room we're located in. It works. Interesting. Light is on. Painting worlds. The code is not very different. Interesting. I'm in light from those, sure. In fact, well, this stuff is all nothing related to that. Yeah, none of that's even remotely related. Ah, so now they change it. So mostly just need this, the inlight thingy. You do have interact, right? I mean, you should. Sure. I really need to write down my notes on my systems here. I don't have to remember what things do. So for this to work, it needs to have the actor tag of light, which it does. I guess I can double check that it has that, but pretty certain I looked at it once already. Yeah, it has the actor tag of light. There's no extra spaces, so that's not an issue. Light information, which again is already on here. Right here. Okay, it just bugs me that that's out of order like that. It shouldn't be. Attenuation defaults to 1000, so actually light radius does not default to anything. Curious. Why are there two of these? Why do I have a light attenuation and a... I have questions here. What are you? Why are you there? That explains that. I think these were intended to work a while ago, and the mistake right there was this weird extra variable that was created off there, because I probably just pulled off it and gave it a name. That's probably it. Tell me something dumb, because I was like, the code here is almost identical. What are we missing here? What's the stupid thing here? Yeah, that was it. You'd be surprised how often something dumb, but I mean, it is the peanut butter and jelly sandwich example, right? I mean, like, the computer knows exactly what you tell it and nothing more. And if you happen to give it some different information, it's like, nope. Which now I'm kind of permanently in light. Okay, I guess I'm not permanently in light. Double checking that there wasn't like some sort of ridiculousness. Okay, well that should just fix the problem entirely if that's the case. Actually, this is the simplified system. It used to be all the light code had to be on every single one of the things until I restructured it for Poppet to find all the light thingies. And it reduced the, like, it increased performance a bunch by programming it that way, because otherwise all these actors were running this code to do this individual thing versus just Poppet running the code and just checking their variables. Same thing's true with the Puppet Master, where I was running all these AIs for everything, and now the Puppet Master runs all of the AIs, so it's just one thing in doing instructions and thinking for everyone. Sure, they perform their own, you know, actions once they're told what to do, but them not having to think everything over does help. Alright, so now if I push this button, I probably have to add a room where located on these. I don't think I did that yet. The farther in you get, the more complicated this stuff gets. Oh. Make all the puzzles work because it's a new room. I have to change it on every one of these buttons anyway. That's true. Again, I can't overstate how important this particular string is. Like, it's literally required to be perfectly right on everything, or stuff just doesn't happen. I treat it like I'm some sort of explorer and, like, you know, a portion of the a new portion of the toy store, right? Where I managed to set up a room like that and then, you know, put the first light down so that I can Papa could technically survive in it. Kind of what it feels like. The longer you work on this, the more you're excavating all new areas. This does not line up. It's bugging me. Yes, it's a very big deal to set up a new room. But so much is predicated on this that, you know, gotta do what you gotta do. These don't care which room they're in. This does, though. This most certainly does. You don't have an AC. Oh, that's right, because these little lantern thingies have their own little special setup. We don't even talk about how complicated these doors can be. These are actually the new, more complicated version. That's because the doors are set to be portals, so whenever I want to do a portal maze, I can have a portal maze too. Down the line I go. All the code. This one here too. I think that's almost all of them. I'll do the top floor as well. I got you, right? I got you, fam. And there's these. Alright, these have the AC light thingy. This part sucks. This is what I would like to get rid of, because these have a room located in too for all their children. And it does... I think there's a better way to do it. But again, I worry that I'm going to spend this big amount of time making better ways and forget that I'm supposed to make the game attached to it, you know? And then there's the second floor, which I suppose I had to set up as well, because I'm going to need to. I think I'm just going to X this one off and deal with them later. Maybe I should aim for more shocking moments, more cinematic moments. I don't even know. Like that could take a long time. I gotta admit, my skill with cinematography is sadly lacking. I mean, I'm just inexperienced with it, to be honest. Secret to good game dev is just having every skill, duh. You just have all the skills, you win, right? You might not have all the time to use all those skills, but you just have the every skill. That's all you need. Got that one. That's the button for that door. This was the button for the other. No, that's not a button. This is not the button for that door. This was the button for that door. Button? Button, 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 button. I already got that button, I got that light. Not that I'm sure I'm gonna keep that light, but whatever. I got you right? Nope. Okay. In theory, everything should work. These don't actually emit light either. They look like they should emit light, don't they? I mean, they have lights all over them. There is a danger of too many lights because lights prevent you from using your abilities. They might seem great to have them everywhere, but unless you just want to run and hit things with the Fool all day, you really can't do very much if that happens. You would prefer that not be the case. I can just drop a tube on you, right? That's all that matters. You'd think I would have put it where the eyes were instead of having this emissive stuff back there. Doesn't really work too well because it doesn't really stop the light like that. I can just have one inside it, but then it's also blocked by the thing in the front. I guess it doesn't really need to have the vacuum tube on it. I can just simply have well, actually, perhaps they're more disturbing if they have vacuum tubes for their eyes. That might be psychopath talk there, by the way. They just have vacuum tubes for their eyes. It'll be fine. It'll be better. Why am I working in tiny vision? All my homies hate tiny vision. Hey, Mondrong, how's it going? What were you working on and all that? Was it exciting? Peter Conan. All the homies? Rewriting gas? Did it not work before? Why does it need to be rewritten? I have questions. This is less cool than I was expecting. Oh. Not 400 in the thousands, Samurai and DCS? Oh. Wait, something Epic made isn't performant? Oh. No. I would say I'm surprised, but nah. Did you see the news? They were already talking about UE6. I'm just saying. We all ready to upgrade? Is that what I'm hearing? That might be more disturbing. Huh. Want them to count as a light. Yeah, I haven't actually bothered to ever mess with gas. I probably could, but I remember once there was like, here's an hour-long video explaining how to use it. I was like, I ain't watching an hour-long video. And that was it. That was my experience with gas. I was like, hour-long video, pretty bad. Oh, this is so much light. I can't even test these. I actually hate how much light these emit now. They look like they should emit light, but now I just give them light pole buys. They totally emit light. You stay over there. Oh, no, I'm too close to her. I need to basically have a thing where she can't get you on the other side of these. Where she can guard those. Yeah, I saw someone using it once. They were going over all these things. They didn't understand that you could actually use gameplay tags without it. It was really funny to watch. It's like, no, gameplay tags aren't attached to that. It's okay, buddy. You don't actually have... So, boop, 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 boop. Okay. Oh, I don't have any music set up for this particular room here. Good to know. You stay over there. Okay, the fact that they can grab you through that is a problem. I made a bunch of changes to this room, and I can tell you that it's going to be problematic, but now it's a double layer thing. Maybe with too much fog. I think I went overkill on the fog. I mean, it's not really that foggy yet, like that, but I was like, oh, fog. Maybe I just increased the other fogs. Or maybe just reduce them down to a little less like it's London and a little more like it's... Actually, a little less like it's Silent Hill, a little more like it's London. There you go. I was trying to think of a place that was different fog levels. I was like, I don't... I really just know Silent Hill levels of fog, London levels of fog, and then normal places. Yeah. How am I going to protect you from getting you on the other side of these now? You can just grab you through the thing. I mean, I'm going to start moving them around too. But she can't obviously have one here because she can just grab you through it. So it'd have to be like over here or something. Oh, I was going to fix it so there was music. I decided everything could be better. Yes. That my previous stuff was fine, but it can be polished to a much greater level, which has now led to things that are very unpolished because I changed everything. This was... It sounded good at first. It seems less good now. Graph here.
Probably need to start moving things around here and make it a little more interesting. So the red ones need to be far enough away that she can't just grab you through a wall. This area now doesn't have the extra pathway, which is a real problem, I'm thinking. It wasn't really designed very well for this purpose because I wiped out a whole section here to have an upstairs. It was fine until I did that, but now we have the doors to act as weapons, essentially by blocking her. That she can't pass through the door. She can grab you through the door, but she can't pass directly through the door. What's Charlotte's grab range? It's huge. It's obviously too big, so it lets her reach through round things. So she gives her the reach around. Oh my. Not intended. Not intended result. Hmm. We'll just knock it down by 100 or something. Make it so she has to really tap you. Make her tap that. Nah. It actually unlocked both. Interesting. Hello. There needs to be a loop involved, otherwise you can't get by her. You stay over there. I guess, does there have to be a loop? That's a good question. There needs to be something over here in the corner. This area is better designed for this fight. Missed. Did she get me from the other side of the wall or something? I didn't see what got me. This room was not set up for this. Breaking into all these different things and locking things away has really changed how things react. I also dropped in a whole bunch of extra things all in the same area. That's like doubling the thing, so I'm not even sure it's beatable by doing all that. So now I'm kind of sorting out the mess. You probably shouldn't open every one of those. It's actually probably completely incorrect to do that, because then Charlotte also has free reign. Hello. Wait a minute. Where did you go? She vanished. She vamooshed. Normally you would just respawn and it wouldn't be so bad. That's an awful lot of smoke there. Yeah, she's like invisible. Why are you invisible? Huh. Does it have something to do with the interaction between the smoke one and the mountain? Maybe that's it. Hmm. Because one spawns in a version of her, I think, if memory serves. Hmm. Yeah. Oh, those two can't coexist because the way I did it was I used material things on her to make it so that she would basically phase out. But obviously that can't be the case because if I do that, then the one that's walking around also phases out, making it impossible and to see her and thus being, I mean, you just die over and over. Oh well. I wanted to make it more interesting. That's not how I was looking at it more interesting, but I guess I just need two of her, to be honest. Two models. Accurate. They need to not be chained together. Mm. Well, we just need to skeletal mesh it. Wait, they're using different. Oh. That's right. They just straight up have a second material. They don't exactly have a duplicate option for a copy of the assets, do they? You can move them. Actually, no, there should be a copy option. What's advanced copy do? Oh. Why am I saving BP Amazons? Oh, yeah, go ahead and save that crap, sure. What does advanced copy do?
Guess we'll find out.
Right. So it's just I get to pick which ones I want, sure.
I'll find and replace. Am I finding and replacing things?
Maybe just Charlotte Freed.
I don't really have a good name for it, so it's fine. Just like tell them apart. One's freed, one around, the other one's trapped in the smoke. I could have copied him to the Daz 10 reel. I didn't realize there was a find replace option.
Cool, there is. Learn something new every day. I never had to
Do this particular thing.
Oh, and I gotta go through materials. Lame. Guess I could have imported her from Daz again. Might technically have been faster. Alright then. wonder if it'll swap out the material parameter that's in all these with this one here because it's changing all the reference thingies. That'd make my life easier. I don't think it's going to do that, but I think it'd make my life easier. So I probably still want to make her vanish and appear. I just don't want her tied to the other one. Oh, it does! Oh, that's awesome. It's just replaced those off. Oh, yeah, so cool. Okay. My life's better for that. There we go. Okay, so it's just your base mat there. So as soon as I change the base mat off of this one, it'll change them all, thus making my life 1,000 times easier. That's the base mat. Base mat. There's like 5 different ones. Oh, her hair has one too, sure. So it's actually just 4 on the model. Some only bet it's like mostly her face and things like that, and then whatever. Let's check them. That one. Well, her legs and everything shall be part of the same thing, so it shouldn't be an issue. This eye stuff might be different. Yeah, base off of that, sure. That's 3 of them, and then the last one's almost certainly her dress. I guess I have to dupe her hair too, huh? First you material parameters. Make my life hard. There's no copy to the same location, is there? Has been copied to another? Not the way I want it to. I would need to dupe them all because it's not duping all the other stuff there. It's going to dupe the wrong portion. So I just dupe it all and then, you know, get rid of what I'm not using. Guess so. If only I could recycle. Sadly. Not the case. If this even works, it might not work. Oh, it did. And I can give her different hair. Yeah. Just save everything. And then I changed it on Charlotte, so I gotta change the hair on Charlotte now too. So this makes hair. Probably swap out the physics on it too. True. I know it uses the rose skeleton, that's fine. I mean, it's not really fine, but it is what it is. One of the unfortunate things I did was I used a character look that's not quite normal. Like my characters are more stylized, and that does not always mesh so hot with UE assets that are, well, designed for more normal people. A very big problem, for certain. Okay. Should prevent the disappearing problem. Probably. So you have to trigger this in order to trigger the disappearing problem. And then that will cause this one to vanish if it's never fixed. That one's vanished, sure. What you doing, lady? How close can I be on the wall? I don't even know. I wasn't close enough to check that time. Okay, that's just so much smoke. The level of danger in this room is so high. Well, that one can attack you in the smoke. Oh, yeah, make sure those are, they can attack you in the safe zone. Make sure it's far away. Uh-oh. I don't remember the way that well, actually, I don't even know what the way I had because I literally just moved a whole bunch of things and haven't really tested yet. So I'm not sure what the exact way is to this at all. I know the zone you want to go to first, but I was testing this direction, so I'm trying to beat it from this direction. Terrifying. Didn't have a button there. It's a waste. Right. You stay on that side. I didn't test this here to see if it... Well, this should actually light anyways, so... This way is exceptionally dangerous. I don't even know if it's beatable, to be honest. Maybe it is. If you run really fast past here. One left on that. It's over here.
The airship's hum is my local.
Well, the section full of smoke are much more dangerous and confusing, which I think I like a lot better than the side here where it kind of didn't have much going for it. Because I mean, it's just random how they got dropped in there. I just grabbed the stuff from the top and the bottom and meshed them together real fast to see what would happen. Safe zones are still broken. These aren't, thankfully. We can turn that one on. I didn't fix that door because I hit all the buttons and it's not open. Damn. It's got the wrong name on it. It should have the wrong name on it. And I hit you and it didn't seem to work. Why don't you work? I mean, the name is identical. And yet, not good. Sure. Maybe for a second. I think things are too fast to be tense. I guess in a way they are tense, but I mean they're pretty quick going on here. You just have to keep running around. There's like a bit too much smoke in some areas, and I think the left side doesn't have enough, and the right side has too much. But I mean, it's just, they got randomly placed there, so. And the center feels pointless.
To be fair, the layout of this was not designed for the doors, so... The number did go down. So then... Why... did it still say 3 even though I hit all these? I mean, this worked before. Yeah, I saw you.
The steam whispers I'm a clock's tick to knock the future in waves low. I'm not talking to me. Are you me? Me? The ether hums my name. The air is a liar in a mirage called star. The wall talks around my nose.
Why didn't you update it? But then it added it, just didn't trigger an update. Okay, I moved somewhere weird. Like, what's up with this? Also, let's find all 3 of the controls real fast. Oh, right there. I'm gonna reduce the number of these smoke things. So I'm just running into the smoke and hoping I don't die, which is not a very fun experience. It's just kind of a... Anyway, I guess that's what we're doing. Transform 10 is what? These are traps. I think the occasional trap is fine, but maybe not all the time. Honestly, this one's in such a weird place that I don't think it should be there. Because it would just grab through the wall. It should probably be near one of these buttons though, but not completely near the wall. This is a spawn point, right? You do need spawn points in places. Most prefer to be over here, I think. Just a little farther away from stuff. This number 9 is a what? But this one always feels the worst. I hate this one. It's just right in front of the door. You go near that door and you're just not certain if you're just dead because she happens to randomly teleport there. And that just feels bad. You know? That feels bad. That one's okay right there. It's kind of blockading stuff. Number 4 is a smoke point, so another spawner thing. I need to put something over in this general vicinity. So when in doubt, just put a weird little bent thingy over there. I'm thinking of those old laser tag games where you, like, you know, end up diving behind all these things trying to avoid the enemy players, and it's always just weird little hallways that were lots of choke points, places you can just duck from behind and, you know, start shooting people. And those laser tag games were fun too. They were really expensive when I was a kid. It's like, ah, yeah, you play for like, you know, 10 minutes, but it cost you like $20. And that was like, you know, 20 years ago, 25 years ago. Hi, Joseph. Yeah, it's yeah, she's friendly looking. What are you talking about? She just wants to play.
You're gonna fault a girl for wanting to play with her new toy? Damn. Looking all scary. She doesn't get to go outside much. Actually, she doesn't go outside at all, but... But I'm rather proud of her. So I designed Poppet, I designed her. I designed Tinka, I've designed Voodoo. I designed Sally in the next chapter as well. I got a bunch of basically all the female characters I've largely designed myself. Yeah, I know what I like, I'm just saying. I haven't designed many of the male characters. I mean, the toy maker does have a model. I don't think you're ever going to truly encounter him in, though. I don't see why you would. It's not like he hangs out all night at this place. Why would he? He just goes home. Like, he might show up and visit his ghost daughter periodically, but, you know, he's not going to do that. Hey, Leposian. How goes it? You gotta work on this side. This side sucks. A lot of it comes down to this right here. To make this side good, this just needs to be not all connected together like this. I just need to make a couple small adjustments. We're good. Hards and struggles, but good. Can respect. The grind is real. Oh yeah, the fog is all over the place. There's just a built-in fog volume you can just drop in places, and I just started adding it to various places wherever I wanted somewhere to look a little creepier, so I added it to here, and suddenly, you know. Not every room gets it, just certain rooms get it. This room I don't think he needs it. Charlotte's room should probably have it. I had to shrink my boss arena. I'm gonna have to redo this enemy there. She was too big. It was so hard to make her hit Poppet. Poppet could just run away the whole fight. I'm like, this is stupid. Oh. This is just the default thingy. I didn't change it at all. You know? And if you make it black... That is an interesting idea. Let's test. Right? It does make it more sinister. I try to make it where you can normally see well enough to move around, but this room, you're not doing platforming, really. You're running around and collecting things, essentially. So since it's a pure collect-a-thon, where is this one coming from? Like there's an extra one out here or something that... Indeed. Alright, I'm going to see where this goes. It's an interesting idea, since it starts out as a, you know, white color. I never even thought to change it, but a fake darkness. The fake darkness isn't so bad, I'm just saying. Oh, I was wondering why this door wasn't working. That was where this led about, but I guess I can test it now. Oh, also, these don't work. Hold, please. That's because it has the wrong name.
Then I'll test again. I can't wait to make it so that Charlotte has voice lines and things. And like, I want to make the music get, you know, maybe I should actually not have music playing in here so much as it just gets like the music starts playing as she gets louder. I just go full Friday the 13th type of thing. I mean, I could go and adjust the whole skylight for everything like that, but I don't want it to be too dark that you can't see. This is not a horror game. But I do want a sinister air. Because the problem was people complained they couldn't see the game. So I'll probably have a gamma option to change it, but... Because the game actually looks really bright on this monitor that I have, this new monitor, but... So many people watching are just like, I can't even see what you're doing, so I had to... I've made it brighter intentionally. I'm okay with it being dark at a distance, though. I don't even need this one. I'm not even going for it. I also forgot to make a change to... Whoop, hello. What you doing, lady? But yeah, that's been a problem. People complain you just can't see. I do need a gamma setting to adjust, but... That's a problem for future me. Can you get me through this? Probably. Maybe not. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh no! Did I leave a dance in here? Oh, I did. Yeah, whatever. The door looks like it's working. I hit that one. Where's the last one? I forgot where the last one was. Don't hit it again. Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't get handsy over there. She's very creepy. I forgot where it was. That's G. I don't care about G. Or I hit that one, and I thought I hit this one, right? It's like this one just isn't counting. Oh, because it doesn't have the right thing. That's why I was all confused. I was like, I've literally hit all of them. What am I missing here? Because I didn't mark it. Duh. I used to have a post process that also applied specifically to this room to make it darker. I might do that again. Oh, I guess I need the power. I mean, the red smoke is very intimidating. I do need to make her smarter. Her AI is incredibly stupid. Okay, so it works. Yeah, that looks fun. I had to differentiate the two smokes because one of the ones she can spawn out of, or she can basically teleport to. She didn't spawn out of. The other one she just tries to grab you out of. I probably need to mark that somewhere. But I just didn't do that. downside of this darkness stuff is it's not actually all that dark it's only dark at a distance. But it does have that sinister look that's fun. We're starting from here, you can't actually win. You have to be able to unlock some of the early doors. There's only a button on one side. But at least that door opens now, which was a problem I was having. I mean, I could make the white smoke like black smoke instead. Wouldn't be a bad decision. Oh, good for them for doing that. Could be. Like I said, I was thinking of just removing Charlotte from every room besides the rooms where she's you're in conflict with. Like, well, you're playing a game with her. You're not. It's not really a boss fight. I guess in a way it sort of is. I mean, I guess to be fair, after watching Poppy playtime and seeing that the boss fights consisted of you just dodging and solving puzzles, and then eventually managing to just get away from the boss most of the time, and occasionally you could wipe him out, but most of the time you just got away from him. I guess this does count as a horror boss fight. In a way. Actually, it literally is just a horror boss fight, isn't it? Only a lot more random, because for very Metroidvania-like, things are much more random. Either way, I was going to make some improvements to this one because it just feels unfair. It wasn't unfair because, you know, it used to be that there was an extra pathway you could go, so there was like ways you could loop around to hide from her. But now that there's no way to do that, it's real unfair. Well, you can run in real fast, get by this point, and then you could run around that way. You're never going down this path though, because it just completely blocks. You can also unlock these doors, and once you've unlocked the doors, then it becomes like an extra pathway, which would give you a reason to go down the center more. That's true. Like, I give you door... I give you door D if you run into here. That would technically give you a looping path to play with. It's more convoluted, but sometimes accidental genius happens. Also, these doors are crazy. I don't remember why this thing is what it is, but it was just a material that looked so awesome. I was like, all right, I need this. And I don't know where it was from. Not that one. Open? Yeah, this stuff here, I guess. Oh, it doesn't look like all of it, though. Actually, they're just both the same crystal stuff. Crazy. It looks like it's alive. Love it. Accidental genius, I guess. You can also just move the ones that already exist. I don't even necessarily have to make new ones. That's a notable thing I could be doing. Like, yeah, I could bend them in some specifically perfect way, but what is the perfect way that I'm aiming for? Do I even know what the perfect way is? Or am I just bending it in some random way and hoping that that's good? Well, if that's the case, then why not just grab a random one and just start dropping them places and see what happens? Right? I mean, I don't necessarily need to have specifically designed corridors. This leads to more randomization anyway. Hell if I know what it was going to be. Yeah, I think this type of setup is better. This way you'll have the ability to kind of wander around a little more. I just don't want you to be trapped. Not easily. Like, you can be trapped, but I do probably need some trap points. It's not wrong. Many of the trap points are like, you know, when you're going after one of the buttons, I suppose. Also, if you haven't opened a door, some of these become trap points. That is true. This was much better when there was a red smoke over here, even though it could kind of grab you through things, or it seemed like it could. So maybe I want the red smoke over there. It just ends up very plain Jane with nothing to do. It's kind of a fine balance point there, because if Charlotte can spawn everywhere too often, you'll never get away. But if she doesn't spawn enough, then you're just kind of all alone in the world, and it's boring. But that's okay. This is only the bottom section. I'm gonna make you do it again up top. And I might change how this is set up too, because I set up a much more sectioned off area instead of the other one, which was more maze-like. But you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take these things and I'm just going to copy the information over and just see what happens, right? Like, I'm just going to literally do this and be like, yep. Not that I have much of a clean setup for this, but I might as well, you know. Also, I'll just end up moving them around anyway. These transforms are relative, so it should be fine. Oops. What am I doing? Wait, what? Oh, these are labeled backwards. I was so confused. This is first floor, this is second floor. I was like, what? Message. What's this person saying? I know I don't have music on for this, but whatever. Business. Navigation started. Not any comments for myself more often. It's not a bad plan. I keep a to-do list where I just write down all kinds of dumb things. I should make more comments and the code though to keep track of stuff better. Like, Amy feature, fix it because it will make the problems in the blah blah blah. That's fair. I was just talking about how I should fix, how I should keep like some sort of listing somewhere for how I coded stuff, like just some kind of pipeline, so that, because sometimes I'll go back to a system and have no idea and have to spend like, you know, 10-15 minutes going back over to figure out how it all set up.
Depends on how complicated it is.
Other ones I use them all the time, so I don't really forget, but I hadn't looked at my lighting system for a while and I had to fix a light thing there. It turned out I just named a variable on one of them weird. And of course I was like, well, maybe I could make it better, so I have to do less code issues. That's a trap I don't want to try not to fall in very often. I could make it better, so I spend forever making it better instead of just making the game. It just needs to be good enough to make the game. But I definitely don't keep enough notes in comments in the codes and stuff. Like I'll comment sections off, but I won't put the workflow. Kind of a Faustian bargain on that. She can still get you through the walls though. That's a problem. I don't have a good solution for that. The get you through the walls problem. I guess I could give her a bigger collision, I suppose. Unreal doesn't really do very well with crawling characters. It's really set up to do exactly standing characters. It doesn't like anything that's not a standing character at all, because these stupid capsule components. There's not much you can do to make them really. We're just gonna be like 1,000 miles away. Can we zoom in, buddy? Pal, friend, whatever. Sometimes it just wants to be zoomed out in the middle of nowhere for reasons I don't understand. I don't think I'm even using this kill sphere anymore. I don't think it was ever a good plan. I think it's just a proximity check. Yeah, I was gonna do a kills for thingy, but she doesn't use that anymore. Where is she? I don't think she does. Yeah, it just uses graph, so clearly I don't even know why it's even still there. I think I was having issues with it because she wasn't really turning and hitting the player with it. Yeah, I hate that you can't rotate these. All you can do is increase their height. And if their height's not big enough, then you can't really go farther out with it. Like, it doesn't... It's really not designed for crawling characters. And hit collision is basically an irrelevant thing for the most part. Big Sam, all these things are pretty irrelevant on her. Hmm. Well, I mean, technically her mesh should be blocking these things too. And yet it's not. I'm doing overlap the camera. These things don't matter too much. And of course, these have no collision, but that's because it's the game animation sample, so I don't want. Well, that's right. This isn't even set up for the game animation sample. That's because I didn't know how to set up a whole nother move state in it. It's way complicated. And the instructions are terrible. I guess for now we just stick with the simple distance thingy. Just keep reducing it, I suppose. Actually... I guess I could just for each of this, I suppose. Wait, it's no, the target's already connected. I'm dumb. It's literally connected right there. I'm like, where's the target? It's right there. You're literally connecting it. It's being dumb. Okay. Put the kill screen near the front of her, I guess. Sometime I'll give her a jump scare and I'll add in all the horror thingies to make her look actually terrifying, as opposed to now where you just kind of die and she smiles. Go pop. There's multiples. Why are there multiples? Because I hit this room. I gotta be careful on this because the spawning issue there. Do you have like permanent on or something? No. Just got a lot of things there. Immunity to stuff. Nope. There are status ailments in my game. There's not many of them. There's the bubble so far, and of course water. And then there's like darkness. But she should just be immune to darkness as well for that matter. I don't know if Immunity Launch does anything. I put it there, but I think I might have changed it. I mean, she has status invincible, which I would assume invincible should just... I guess all the status ailments can check for invincibility, though I guess invincible does not mean you're immune to all statuses, it just means that you're unable to take damage. So it feels like I'm playing Magic or something where I sit there going, what does indestructible mean? It's immune to destroy effects and lethal damage, but not, you know, these other things. Rose Lair. Move buttons and the buttons over here. I kind of like having them all next to each other so people are tempted to hit them all. Which does not necessarily make your life better.
Stew and rum doesn't like
Where is she?
Stew and rum doesn't like green.
Normally I can't get away from her.
Why are you talking to me? Nobody could ever love me. I stitched my dreams. The wall tells me. Stew and rum doesn't. Why are you talking? A shooting star jumps out. Me? Why are you talking to too long? They're all nobody could ever love me. I said.
Hmm. Why oh did you not spawn And 0 is right here, so it should spawn. And it tells you the room you're in. Hmm. Hmm. Thought I hit M to bring that up. I had to change this map around because I wiped out 2 rows of these. So now it's going to be rectangular building. Anyway. You never had problems spawning into a room before. Why are you having problems now? Obviously the red ones will work. Hmm. He's in there. He's not moving. Why aren't you moving? She's being sinister, but I mean, jump scare doesn't even trigger until well, it never even flashed a message once for this, like she's never found. But why? We're providing more jobs, which is becoming super sad. Things gotten worse since earlier today. Oh, I'm breaking Charlotte apparently. She worked until I fixed her. The usual problem. No worse? Yeah, poor girl. How could things gotten worse? Seems no good. Time to get on a boat. Get out of that place. Like GTFO. And just escape. Escape. Oh. First off, you should be using those. Then you shoot with these. Oh, well, that doesn't require one of those, sure. Too far from the ocean? Never too far from the ocean. Get to the boats. I don't know where you're going from there, that's better, but it's not that far across the Indian Ocean. You get to Australia or something. It's better. I guess there's the rest of Africa, but I don't know where it's good over there. Yeah. I'm familiar. I'm on here now, but don't know about tomorrow, huh? That's no good. It's good that it's calm, but it's no good that you don't know about tomorrow. It's like a scary place to be. Not receiving directions. Heard about the economy last time? Yeah, it was horrible, huh?
Yeah, the civil unrest thingy tends to lead to maybe not the best economy in an area. Just hear me out on this one. It's not helpful for certain. That is not a good place to be. No. I think she's just missing her thing. They accidentally delete Charlotte or something from her thing. That's what happened. Get my practice here making a horror game. There we go. She can still reach you through the things. Maybe I'll do 5.7. I usually do it fairly quickly, but it comes down to how quickly the plugins that I use can be done. Some of the plugins are necessary. I can't get around them. Oh, I didn't do it that way because some of the other. I don't need crystal nodes. Auto size is nice, but unnecessary. I do need DAS to Unreal. I do need screen fade. I do need navigation. I can go where I can eliminate screen fade if I have to, but UI navigation and DAS to Unreal are just completely necessary for this project to run. So whenever those update, I probably will. I'll take whatever performance increases. Who knows, maybe they'll actually take some of my other stuff I'm using out of beta or experimental and put it into maybe not so experimental or beta. I'm really sad the game animation sample didn't actually gain anything from this particular update. I was hoping they would update it and add more stuff, and they just did what Epic always does, just abandon something. They're like, well, half of it's experimental still, but, and we know we touted some big thing in 5.4, but yeah, fuck that, we're done with it. And you're like, I hate that about Epic. They just literally love to completely abandon things. They just need it for hype for each version. I'm not even sure what 5.7 brings to the table. Hopefully a speed increase. I can't think of any new features it has that are like, oh my god, I need this in my life. VRM for you is still broken for me on 5.6. I'm just hoping to get on 5.7. Well, hopefully. I mean, it comes down if they want updated. PCG is getting better, they said. Yeah. PCG is not much of a draw for me. I can't really random my stuff. It doesn't work like that. Would make for very good level design. So I'm never very excited about that. State trees are awesome. But state trees are already a thing. People have been using them for a while. Public roadmap. All right. Megalites goes to beta. I mean, that's worth it right there. The heterogeneous volumes, I tested those, are trash. They're so heavy that you can't use like any of them. Like 2 or 3 of them is enough to just turn your thing to a clunker. I don't understand substrate, I'm stupid. Nanite foliage, I think the only person, you know, who's actually hasn't missed the boat with Nanite is Epic, because Nanite's just real bad. First person rendering, I don't know what this means. Whatever that is. Must match the user integration experimental. Well, that's part of the thing. But again, it just says experimental. It doesn't say they put my stuff in not experimental. Blend shapes and sculpting tools. Maybe world collision for control rig assets. All this animation stuff is like above my pay grade. You got them one last week? Oh, that's fair. I really haven't used them much. I just use blueprints for everything to save time. Controlling dependency view, retargeting performance. Is any of this stuff that's actually going to matter for me? No. Some more meta-human thingies, some stuff I don't even know what it does. Groom thingies doesn't load very well. H-load setup, yeah. Custom H-loads, okay. PCG stuff. We have pictures for this stuff. What a great website. Did you really need a little video for everything, Epic? I don't know why this site's taking this long to load, but... Yeah, I don't care about the PCG stuff at all, but there's a bunch of that. Developer and that, whatever. Yeah, a lot of this stuff doesn't do anything for me because I don't even know what half of it is. And because of that, I'm unlikely to use it. Motion design. Text 3D rich text. There you go. That's a good thing. Oh yeah, generative AI. We'll see what it does. Okay, let me deal with that. Yeah, generate the game, yeah. The thing that the thing about randomly generating stuff is it's like, how useful will it be for what I want? I mean, like, if you're just going to make a game where everything is just randomly generated and you don't care about things like level design or like that, like it's just an open world slop fest like usual, like it's like, oh, open world slop, but you craft in it or something. Yeah, for that'll be great, but for any kind of, you know, level design where you're trying to, you know, accomplish something, I don't know how useful it'll be. If you can just generate an object or something, that might prove handy. But save on a bunch of assets. Everyone who makes assets for a living is pretty much SOL at that point. Seems I can just generate assets directly in here. Eventually you'll just push a button, the game will generate itself. Maybe remote control? Maybe? We might have done that somewhere. They did something about it. Kind of stopped even looking. My eyes just kind of glazed over. There's all these feature thingies, but I don't know what half of them are. Actually more than half. And these don't really, I guess you can click them and it could explain these things. But I'm not going to use like 90% of this stuff, so. Your remote control thingy. Tweaking their designs, huh? Eh. I'm more excited by this. I use this. So upgrading this will be good. Do you know what I'm not excited about? It'll probably cause a bug and I think I'll have to redo it all again. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, share the link for these. Yeah, sure thing. I'll post in the Discord too while I'm at it.
Starfields everywhere. Yes. Let's see. Later devs cook. Oh yeah, that's Starfield. Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see. I think that we're going to be in for a lot of slop. People are just going to push button, generate thing, try to release game. And at first it might work. But I think that in the long run, it's actually going to be really damaging to games because people are going to assume that all the games suck. And things like Unreal Engine, because they'll assume it's all randomly generated. And that people will flood the market with trash for a while. So then no one's going to want to try a lot of the games because they just assume your stuff's garbage. And there'll be some people who will still make something good, but it's like when I saw someone put up a video on YouTube where they're like, oh, I made this story for this like creepypasta, except for it was made by Grok 4 and you know, it was AI voice acted and there's like an AI clip playing in the background, just a little like, you know, 10-second clip. It's like, you made none of this. Grok made this. This other AI voice that you didn't, you basically had workers do this for you. Okay. So how is this different than every other person who could use the AI? Like, how is your channel going to be even remotely different? Then I found out they'd actually, quote unquote, stolen the story from someone else who had made it with Grok 4. So the current rules in the US are that you don't own anything the AI created. So people can just steal it because you don't own it. No copyright. Sure, but the problem is it's the problem with YouTube right now where like video after video after it's just AI slop. And it hits the point where I don't even watch anything on there anymore because that's all it is. It's just slop, 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 slop. It's like, I don't like, this isn't like, I've seen some people use AI for things that didn't work bad because it wasn't just, I'm just going to randomly generate everything and call it Square and hope it all works out. They actually made a concerted effort to make a really good product, and then they used AI to enhance some things. Like maybe they used AI to generate some images. Like I watched some D&D lore videos. They were going over like the 9 hells, and the person had used AI to generate images for each of the devils and everything like that, like a bunch of different like in scenes and stuff for it, while having this big long, you know, explanation of like the stories they were doing like that. They were reading all these things, I think, and they'd done this research on it, and it was like really cool the way they dealt the stories and everything and covered the lore. And that's great, that's fine, but then you just get AI voiced with AI generated script and AI generated images, and you're like, or worse yet, the things I hate, people will clip stuff from other videos, put it in there with an AI voice to just, and it's been with a script that they've run through Chat GPT. Yeah, often like top 10 things like that. These videos should just be banned from YouTube, just outright banned. You should not be allowed to clip a bunch of other people's videos into one giant video like that. Like, it's one thing if it's a 30-second clip, but these aren't 30 seconds. These are like huge sections of these things. It's like, also React videos should just be outright banned too. I'm so tired of people just putting their face over someone else's content, calling it content, and then YouTube slopping it all over my feed. Gross. And me going, never recommend channel, never recommend channel, never, 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 never. You see a mass never recommend channel for everything YouTube's algorithm is saying right now. Yes, ignore channel settings, skip immediately for that. Yeah. Remember the videos made for fun where AI was scaling me out? Someone asked me to take her out. Oh yeah. That's fair, yeah. But listen, you know, oh, it's calling you out here. It's around together here. Yeah, yeah, it's weird. I thought it would take less time to get annoying, but it was almost instantly annoying. With all the AI stuff and things. Like, it's hit the point where I don't even want to watch a lot of content. I stopped watching creepypastas or listening to them because of the fact that it became all AI slop.
and I stopped caring anymore. Like, there were points where the people used some AI voices to do a couple things, and that was okay. But it was like just to enhance what they had already done and not just garbage. This video just me. Did you watch AI content? This is me. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. You know, it's just. It basically, it renders it all meaningless, right? If you can push a button and it pops out this thing, then the thing is meaningless. Everyone can do it. It's not special anymore. And that's what these YouTube videos, like all these AI videos are becoming. It's the, okay, well, you made these really cool graphics, but anyone can push the button and make the cool graphics, so I don't care. You generated this story, well, anyone can push a button and generate the story, I don't care. Or people like, you know, on X going, oh, look, I made Doom in like, you know, a day. Actually, I think it was like Wolfenstein, whatever, pick one. Okay, well, that doesn't mean anything anymore because now anybody can do that. Okay. It's no longer an achievement. You literally, you didn't even make it. Something else made it for you. So who cares? I think I'm using my mic. Debating still doing tutorials. That's fair. What I figured out with the tutorials that I've seen on YouTube, the thing is that all these people who do tutorials essentially copy each other's tutorials. They often read the same script. It's really close to each other. So once you found one you like, they basically have done them all. Like it's awkward. And most of the tutorials aren't even good ones because they're designed for people who don't know what they're doing. So they're like, they tell you the simplest way, but not a good way. So I think that's what you do. You just go along and pick the same type of script from each of the things like that, and you just duplicate all the videos. But you gotta want to do the tutorials. Like, I think you're just deciding to do tutorials. Well, it's not your goal is just weird. God, I don't even want to do it, but just, man. Yeah, true role meaningless. Yeah, it's kind of what it is. It's just, I was surprised how quickly things just turn into I don't care in the world of AI. No emotion, human touch, no actual emotion. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, a lot of the problems was like, okay, I go to your channel, sure. All your stuff is AI generated voice. How do I tell your channel apart from anyone else's? Huh? I can't. You have nothing to differentiate yourself from anybody. AI generated avatar too, just where we're at it, just cool. And it's just, it leads to just a big, it just makes it all pointless. Like, I've stopped watching YouTube almost completely because of it. I used to occasionally look at tutorials. I don't even need tutorials anymore. That's the other thing. Tutorials have become near meaningless because you can often ask an AI for an explanation, and while the AI is not going to be right, they can often get you down the path that would have been about as effective as looking for a tutorial to do something, because the farther in you get, the more complicated stuff gets, where there is no tutorial for anything. Like when I tried to do the mini-map thing and I needed the calculations to figure out how to move a widget to like the center of another widget thing, I didn't know these nodes. And it took like 6 hours with like Grok to figure it out, because it was wrong a lot, but it did tell me the right nodes. Was it, and this is after I'd already checked, you know, all the, you know, Google things like that for all the different, you know, normal places like the Reddits and the forums that you'd find for Unreal stuff, nothing there. And there were no tutorials on YouTube by this point, so we're just so far past that. So it renders tutorials pointless, that I found. Like, I mean, like, unless you're going to look at the same blase tutorials, and AI could have told you those too. You know, would actually probably been right on those. And they're not right on much. Farther than you get, the less right they are, but things vanish too fast. I should make it so they don't vanish as fast. I want to give tips, actually. Something more like things that can do and test works them. Yeah, there's some things that I probably should be like, well, these are the things useful. I should make the optimization video. Very handy. The 3 things you do to optimize. None of which involve opening that weird thing and checking the processes. Trust me when I say your code is not what's causing your problems in Unreal Engine. It's really not.
It's 100% your graphics. I feel like I don't want to give away the knowledge. That's fair. I just never wanted to be a tutorial guy. It sounds boring to me. My goal was never to sit there and do that, and the results weren't even good for making some tutorial. They were terrible. I was better off just making pointless shorts, because the pointless short got like 3x the views of all the tutorials combined. And I don't get paid by YouTube because I don't have enough subs, so there's no impetus to even bother, right? I've made more off Kick than I have YouTube. And that was just like 2 subs, but you know, and that's still, I've made $0 off YouTube. And really, it just looks like you want AI slop on YouTube. That's the goal. Like, just swap it out because YouTube doesn't care. Even those are your really deep things, yeah. No tutorial. Yeah, like I said, like, you eventually reach a point where the AI can't understand. It's too complicated for it. There's too many systems. It doesn't have all the information, so it can't give you the right answer. And even then, most of the stuff is not even right when it needs a simple answer. I found it useful if I don't know math for something. Like, there's plenty of math I don't know, and an AI can tell me the calculations I need. Because I just don't know the math for it. And if there's a node I don't know exists, they can often tell me about a node I don't know. Their use of it's wrong. And they can never give me a solution that's ever going to work in a way that is meaningful, but cool. You know, that's helpful, I guess. I mean, it is helpful with some. It's rare I've ever bothered to ask it much because the simple reality is that I don't need it for much. I usually just do whatever I'm going to do. But I do think in the long run, it'll make tutorials pointless to make. Because I'd rather have my custom bad tutorial than my, you know, random guy from India giving me a bad tutorial. That's usually what I do now. Well, that's what they have now. It's just usually a bunch of guys from India or England, really, giving me a terrible tutorial. Usually how to program something the wrong way. Every once in a while there's a useful one, but it's really rare. I'd be better off making a how to make an X type of game tutorial series. That would be like the best option, I think. Because then you can't easily just duplicate that with an AI or something. Maybe I'll do that. I don't even know what kind of game I'd make though for that tutorial. I mean, a 3D Metroidvania isn't exactly a useful type of... Okay, there aren't many people who are making that. So if I made the tutorials on how to make one, wouldn't get any views. You could do the standard open world RPG thing. How to make Dark Souls. It's probably a bunch of how to make Dark Souls videos. I don't know, I never really looked. I've never wanted to make Dark Souls. I don't even like Dark Souls. So I put this over here and actually should be over here. Oh, I blocked this way. Oh, never mind, that way is always blocked. How to make any particular RPG would be pretty, covers a lot of systems, though. I like Dark Souls? Yeah. Uh-oh. Well, the thing about these tutorials is you got to make something that is generic enough that enough people watch it, right? And because most people are horribly uncreative and just clone each other over and over and over, you're better off making a tutorial on how to make one of the clone games than you are to make anything remotely unique. Because, you know, if I made tutorials on how to make an open world crafting game, do you know how many people want to watch that? A disgusting amount. It could be the most generic thing in the world, but that doesn't matter. Because that's what they want. That's the exact tutorial they want. Get wrecked by that one instead. Dangerous. I don't know how often you're charging to this. Admittedly, I offhand don't know how to make an open world crafting game. I mean, I could figure it out. It wouldn't be that tough for me to figure out. I would have to spend some time to do so, though. That's true. But those, a Dark Souls game would be pretty good options. Maybe a simulation game. You know, like Simulate X type of thing would probably be okay. Probably not as good. I think open world crafting is your best bet. Debating on sharing my knowledge and UI, but then again, I could just promote my template on Fab and they can just learn from it. Yeah, that's just it. Like, why spend all this time making a tutorial for YouTube to not get paid when you could release an asset that you could sell? Which, even if that asset made like $10, is still more than YouTube would have paid you. So, I mean, that's the dumb part there. It's like, for all that I make fun of Kick, I've made almost $10 on Kick, and how much have I made on YouTube? 0. That's right. I've streamed to YouTube for years, just on and off, and never made a dime. Huh. One of these things seems like something I should support, and it's not YouTube. It's just one of those things, there's not a lot of benefit. So, why? I almost feel like this should be somewhere different. This is for as a... It shouldn't be that many. I guess I should position all the smoke things first and then position the other ones, and they just kind of need to have one for each, like, quadrant. Essentially, would be my best bet. How much we charge for the crafting thing? Yeah. I mean, listen, you know, crafting game in a box is probably more valuable than how to make a crafting YouTube video, unless you're going to do a huge amount of tutorials on things. You're not going to make much. If you get like 100,000 views on a video, you probably are making like $100 at best. If you sold it for like $10, you know, on there, sure, you'd have to sell maybe 15 to get that money, but then you'd have a thing you could sell forever, whereas YouTube videos don't tend to have much of a half-life. I say because you have to sell like 15 because there's going to be all the fees you lose from all the I think they take like 30% on Fab or something, so it's not like you're getting the full 100%. Sometimes YouTube tutorials just getting back to me. Yeah, that's probably fair, but those aren't, it's not sustainable is the thing. Like, what are you really achieving at that point, I think is the question. Like, if there was a return on investment ever, sure. But for those of us who'd like to make a job out of this, you can't just do everything for free. Because if you make a job out of it, then you can do it all the time. Whereas if you don't make a job out of it, then inevitably you'll have to stop. Right? And I don't want to have to stop. Here, I have to find a better method. I guess there's only 4 of them. There doesn't need to be too many of these, though. 4 is probably acceptable. Problem is... Actually, there's a 5th one. Actually, 6 of... Never mind. 10 and... Never mind. It's 12. 9 and 12 are also... Where are they at? Let's see... If one day I get a job in the industry, I'll get back to the community as sure as I can. Yeah, like, you know, if you get back to, once you've already succeeded, feel free to get back to the thing as much as you want. That's always a better plan. Yeah, I don't care about the legacy thing, because, you know, there's no legacy if you can't ever finish your stuff because you can't afford to finish. That's really what it is. Like, you just, who cares, you know? Like, cool, you did this, but it's doomed to failure because you won't be able to support yourself doing it, so you'll just have to stop. So you got to find a way to actually, well, make it. Like, find a way to make it self-sustaining. Where's 9 at? Blind? It's over here. Alright, so 9's there. I've started to include some buddies in creating a GG. Game Dev Doc. We decided on a name for the game. Alchemy Quest for the Philosopher's Stone. Seems pretty good. Covers exactly what it's about. Assuming it's all about alchemy and, you know, the quest for the Philosopher's Stone. If it's not about that, then You're not gonna make the game, just a doc, and hopefully pay someone to make. No, there you go. Well, I don't know if you've noticed how many people are sitting here apparently in the chat looking for money. Now's your chance. Quick, everyone pounce. Someone has money. 12 is down here. That explains a lot. So you might be spawning off into the distance and falling off the world. Yeah. Get the duct tape. He's got money. Sure, I like all these quadrants, and these are not. So we're at the top area too. It does seem to correct to still open them all. Everybody's want to reap any spoils, they also have to pay the piper? Yep. The number of people who are more than happy to sign on to a project, as long as you they don't have to pay any money or they get paid money, is very high. The number of people wanted to sign on to this project, you know, just so they could get credit, even though they're like, you know, showing up way far into it, is very high. I was like, okay, cool, but no. Man, that is hard. Too hard, probably. But it might not be, because I'm also just racing along. But yeah, I would, the biggest mistake I made was not doing the game dev doc to start with. I didn't even know they existed, so, you know, man, I didn't know much about this. I just came in all bright-eyed, bushy-tailed kind of thing, you know, like, super excited for, you know, doing game dev with no plan. Well, my plan was nebulous. That was the issue. A nebulous plan is a terrible plan. You don't want a plan. But that's what I did. It was very nebulous. You're like, cool. It led to a lot of restarts, false starts, and just in general bad things because I didn't know where I was going with it. Also wasted money on assets that weren't necessary. Lots of those. And I have been folding a lot of the assets that I picked up into this, so I'm gaining some of the value back as Poppet Quest makes use of a lot of these assets. I was about to run that way, and then Charlotte was over there. I was like, oh, hello. Why, hello there. I'm gonna click this button while you're figuring out what you're doing. No, I'm not going to. Oof, dangerous. She's like, I like this spot. Well, I don't like it when you like that spot. You're supposed to change your location if I'm in one of these. That does not mean she won't just do that. Oh, they're most certainly wasted assets. Some assets are very hard to reuse. That's one of the cool things about 3D is that you can recycle models like crazy. 2D assets, not so easy. Remember, like yours? Yeah. But like a lot of the 2D sprites and like that, like they are as they are. Like with Poppet here, I can just use a different animation and she can move however I need her to. If I had just done animation, like, you know, animation frames, which I was doing when I was doing 2D things. I had to make new renders of her every time I wanted to make any changes. And those old ones were just worthless. So that was a real problem like that. Also, some assets turned out to be kind of garbage, you know? Other stuff, just, I don't know, I find better things. I don't end up using stuff. Things don't work out as well. You'd be surprised how many things don't work out. A lot of my mistakes involved DAS assets, which is probably where the lion's share of money got spent to make a lot of things. And that was for characters that don't, not using. For the other game, I haven't found a way to fold them into this at all. You know what? You're making my life hard, lady. It's your job, but still. I should make note of the fact that a player would not have a limited number of lives to do this. Like, you just respawn back every time. But I'm doing it with only one life, so it has to be beatable with one life. Oh. She's just camping there. That's rough. She camps a lot. I thought she had a respawn option, but maybe I changed her. Not respawn, but she had a thing where she would pick a more random location to move to. To the Puppet Master. Yeah, I have like humble bundles where I bought things and ended up not really using the stuff in them because I was, again, not very selective. It's more about just collecting a bunch of assets early on for reasons with no idea what I was really looking to do with them. It's like, did you need that card game humble bundle thing? I guess they're not making a card game. Well, I guess not, right? UI sounds, are they the right UI sounds? Are they UI sounds that are going to fit your theme? No. Huh. Anything involved with RPG Maker. Don't ever touch any of that crap. But I mean, when I first started, and it's like, what, 2019 when I first started, and then I took that big old break. Like 2.5 years. I guess I really haven't been using Unreal for all that long. It's just such an easy engine to use. It's definitely the easiest engine on the market. Not even close. Freaking RPG Maker was dumb hard to get anything you wanted done. Unless you wanted to paint a couple tiles, and it was pretty easy. If you want those tiles to do anything useful, okay, well, it's much easier to do it in Unreal Engine. Oh, I see this. That's what I'm gonna do. Maybe I could go back to this and just give her the ability to go switch locations and random there. She just moves the target now, and I don't really have a... Jump scare's not even used. Catch you later, Posun. Thanks for hanging out and chatting and all that. Hmm. Well, I'm just working off of this. I'm not even bothering with it. It's just literally the kill sphere. I wrote jump scare here. It's not a jump scare at all. I mean, eventually, it goes to Poppet and does the jump scare thing, except for that I haven't really messed with it. I need to study how jump scares are done, not on how to make it look like, not on how to move a camera per se, but just how to get the effect that I want. Because it's a quick way to get the job done for purposes of, you know, scaring the player a bit while not requiring me to do a huge amount of animation. And I just broke it to player dead. I didn't bother else, and then a reset option to do it over. I didn't bother anything beyond that. I don't even know why that's looped like that. It makes no sense. I guess it doesn't really matter. Got paid cash. That's always good. Check that real fast. Oh good, they did add it. Let's make certain these people did what they were supposed to. Well, this is if it's less than that, so she just kind of moves to target if she's under 3,000. That seems kind of boring. She's not a very complicated character, though. She's mostly just crawling after you. So weirdly enough, for a boss, she's actually one of the stupidest bosses around. She is the stupidest boss around. Because she doesn't have to be that much complicated. I mean, she's not like the literal stupidest boss, because the one later that just flies after you is actually the stupidest boss. Because the flying one, like, she just moves towards you unless you're hidden, then she kind of moves around random. Touches a little to crawl. I mean, is she though? Because if you've ever seen things like The Grudge and everything like that, or The Ring, there's that, you know, Japanese ghost girl who crawls after you. I mean, really? Yeah. Good luck finding animations of a crab walk. Hard enough finding a ghost girl's crawl thingy. I had to pay for ghost animations because I was like, man, I ain't got any of this. Yeah, it'd be somewhat creepy. I mean, you gotta have these animations, or you gotta hand make them. And I don't want to spend the most amount of time on this because, you know, I have to make like 100 enemies in this game. I have to make so many enemies, you don't even know. Like, this is like the first chapter I'm still working on. I just keep making it better. There's still a bunch of game left, so. We're sort of just crawling around, yeah. That's usually the better plan. If I can, anytime I can take a shortcut, I do it. I've learned this is the right choice. Take a shortcut if you can. If like, you know, Don't AI generate everything, because that's not a shortcut that leads to anything good, but if you can take a creative shortcut that leads to close to your vision, not your actual vision, but it's never going to be as good in your head anyway as what it is in real life. So if you can get close, let's say you get 80% of your vision, that's usually good enough, because the last 20% might take 3x the time. I found that to be the case all the time. Let me find I do have female ghost animations. Actually, I could just go find them. Or did I delete it? I thought I put them all under characters, but I don't see them. Yeah, keeping the map's really handy, because then you can actually see all the animations without actually having to individually load them up, which takes forever. I still need to use all our floating animations and change those, set up a blend space for that for the second chapter, but that's the second chapter. And so I've been not that interested in doing that yet. I've done a bunch for the second chapter, sure. Yeah, none of these are like that. I mostly picked this up because the crawling was cool and then the floating is cool. And then there's just weird poses where she could be twitching on a wall or something. Or just hanging from a wall. So something like this I might actually use for some of the dolls that are just like dead on a wall or something. Same thing with this, you have a crucified pose. The point pose. Oh my god. Trouble is though, she's so big that the point wouldn't be all that. Oh, maybe it'd be interesting. But the floating would be pretty useful. Or jump scares. She's just like, oh yeah, that's a reach one. She has to reach around corners. Weird twitching. Actually, it's more funny than anything else. Bashing her head into a wall for no reason. These are very important animation thingies. I don't know. Whatever the case, I was like, there's like a huge number of animations. This is very handy because there's not many ghost animations that are free out there. You'd be surprised how much they cost though. Well, I guess it depends on what it is. The ghost ones I think were like $20-something. But I wasn't gonna be able to make a bunch of ghost ones for that kind of price anyway. And sometimes it's better, like when you just look at the time and effort involved versus the cost, you're like, I'll just spare the money. That's one of the cool things about a stream thing like that is I do get the money I get from the stream I just use to improve the game. It also paid to list it on Steam, which is $100. Just saying. I mean, I have a page up for it. I'm just not actually selling it yet. Whenever I do, you know, that'll be nice, but I got 74 wish lists so far. Not bad, not bad, not bad. When I haven't been 2 months, I haven't really been advertising. Anyway, I was going to talk to Master here, and I got sidetracked. I get sidetracked easily. I also kind of use it as time to think stuff through. She doesn't really have a lot of attacks figured out. She honestly doesn't have much point though up close though. I kind of want an extra distance check. I like around 2,000, not 200. And under 2,000 she charges after you. The other problem is she can become irrelevant very easily. If caught behind a wall, if she has too much of a distance behind her. Or, you know, too much of a distance check here. What's the interesting? Switch locations, switch random locations. Like, what are we using as our thing to decide? Sure, so it's just nearest spawn point. Okay. So, and nearest an attack. I could introduce a wait too as an option. I don't know what the wait will even do though. But I don't know if I even wanted to wait though, because really, if she's not perpetually chasing you, then it doesn't lead to any kind of interesting gameplay, right? Because she has no, like, as soon as the pressure is off, it just takes away from it, right? I think I'd rather she mostly attack at this point, but sometimes she might move around a little more. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. 3 hours in and yeah, about that. Be right back. All right. Let's see. They just announced the Mega Jam. Did they? We jamming? Mega Jam. Where they announced this thing? Oh my god. I don't see anything about the Mega Jam. Oh, nope, nope. Reach now for the Mega Jam. Mega Jam. Come on. I believe in you. What are we doing on the old Mega Jam? Let's see. Oh, nice. Guess I should look there first, huh? Blah, blah, blah. At least some creativity. What can we expect this year? Excitement kicks off the ultimate. This year's Theme of the Week. Weekly Inside. No. Weekly Inside Unreal. We will kick off Thursday, October 16th. A bunch of special guests. Nobody cares. I only care about the theme. Unreal's other surprise details revealed at 12 p.m. During stream. 7 days? Sure. Sponsored prizes. Yes, this is the most thrilling thing. You are correct. Nobody really cares about anything else involved with this. You want the goodies. You want to take home the bag. Please announce a special modifier category, or more special modifier categories than ever before. A whopping 31 prize categories. Ooh. All these details. Well, let's just go here then. I don't think your graphic is big enough there, Epic. I think you should shrink it. Or should make it larger. Like, it should take up 2 pages. Yeah. 21 days away. I'm not even excited anymore. Duh. Bunch of crap I don't care about. Just some advertising things. Nice. That's great. Freaking wonderful. Good job. I'm just saying, there's a lot of stuff here. I mean, I mean, you get a lot of assets. That's cool. I'm not gonna lie. They could have just said, "Here's like $1,000," and that'd have been probably more exciting than this pile. Probably accurate. Like, I don't really care about an iClone license, whatever. You know, like, some unlimited subscription kit, so what? Like, neat, I guess, but the game's not being made in a year anyway. So, like, neat. I guess you're doing some animation things or something, I don't know. Yeah. Cool, I guess. Unreal for Fortnite, though. You can do that. Some student thingies, sure. Army of One. There's what I would try to for. Yep. Army of One. Hey, you get yourself a Mega Jam printed PC if you can become the Army of One. I wonder how Army of One it is. Like, I mean, do you have to make all the assets you use? Or is it just your team of one? Because, I mean, I'd take a whole on PC. It's better than my PC. By some amount. Digital brush mastery. Yeah, I'm not winning that. No. The best use of the kit bash things. Oh my gosh, I thought the best use was to put them in a dumpster. They're so non-performant. Holy crap, they're entirely designed for movies. They are not built for games at all. They're so heavy. Like, it's like the worst nightmare you've ever got in Fiverr, where you pay for that asset and the person just used 8K resolution everything and just for like the rocks. I mean, like, what the hell happened? But it's procedural. Yeah, you can get some procedural stuff. I don't even care about these prizes. Like, I don't even want to win that. Yeah, most of them are like these licenses and subscription things. Like, who cares? Stunning graphics. You get a $100 gift card. At least you can spend it on something of your choice. Yeah. What does this even mean? Swag. I guess it said at the top and I didn't bother ArtStation. Yeah. Okay, there's a lot of categories. Sure. What is an Unreal swag bag? Tell me about the swag, damn it. Or not. Just want to know what the swag. Like everybody, I'm here for the only thing that matters. The swag. Yeah, whatever. Anyway. Yeah, in 21 days you can... Like, these are good. You win something of value, I guess. But so far, the Army of One has, like, the best prize of all of it. Like, if you're working on a team, you're just shooting yourself in the foot because the prize for winning as a team sucks. I got a Meta Quest. I guess to be fair, this is probably for some... Yeah, okay, VR. Sure. So they probably want the Meta Quest 3. It's like, that's like a booby prize. Like, I don't even want this. Like, you can have that back. Just take it. I don't even care. I'll take 0 prize. It's fine. Oh, okay. Unreal Engine Game Jam Toolkit. Saves time. You can download it here. Oh. Okay. Why would you use this? The Game Jam Toolkit. Why wouldn't you just use your own stuff? Like, I could have my own much better Game Jam Toolkit. Like, they gave you something to do that, but it's from, like... Was it, like, 2018 or something? So it's, like, 7 years old. Why would you use this? Anyway, anyone wants to see the Mega Jam? Go nuts. Do it. The prizes are better than most jams. Even if I am making fun of them. The Army of One was actually good. that one I won my winning. Double the start thing? Yeah, you do it. Yeah. I mean, you might as well. I'm not really a fan of doing jams. I think everyone should do one once. After a while, I don't think they're all that valuable because you should probably pick a project and run with it instead of just sitting on a jam forever. But, you know, I mean, it's not the worst. It's just... Yeah, you should probably do that instead of the other. I'm just saying, it's probably a little better, maybe. Possibly. Sorta. Anyway, so mostly to connect with people and have something else like show off. Yeah, when you get enough of a repertoire of things to show off, I mean, that's why I stream YouTube. I have 1 million streams to show that I've made stuff. I can run along the top. I haven't done that. I don't even know what to do with the top. I probably need to start with a really simple version of this, then add in things later. Really? Just fall the whole way, huh? Let's just start here. Yeah, I don't know. That is a scary place for you to drop off at, by the way. I feel like I should play some horror games to have a better idea of how horror games are laid out. Because I don't really play them ever, and I didn't really intend on making this a horror game. It's just that this was... I needed a way to make Charlotte a threat. And I haven't done that, really. Until now. That's not even on the ground, by the way. Didn't I open this door? I hit it. 4K control. This doesn't even work right. But yeah, I don't know. I really just think the best money is in actually releasing your game, if you make a good game. And everything else that isn't me releasing the game, I'm not really a fan of anymore. J worked and K did not work though. Why? Remember K? Did I just forget to include the right thing? You know? This is the playroom second floor, it says so. Oh, I just messed up there. Got on the thingy, I know. Whoa. Clearly those aren't all on the floor.
The airship's shadow. The steam whispers I'm in.
Not very compelling. I don't want to do this yet, but you basically have to run out, run in, so like it would be like the set. I can't even leave. I couldn't win because I haven't opened this door, but that's okay. I would just run out at this point. I think what I'm doing is I'm just gonna grab a bunch of these and toss them in here until I figure out what I want to do with it. So that's essentially what I just need to do, is just put essentially little mazes to wander through. And then just reposition crap. No, probably getting rid of all these other things too. And we should actually be putting it says being on the second floor. Let me just grab all these and do that. I'm gonna design the light. It's hard to see in the dark. These things are all dark. So I got a message. Why does everyone want to interrupt me while I'm streaming? What the hell? Guess I start organizing these. I guess I don't have to, but I do find it's a good idea to start doing so sooner rather than later. Because if not now, then when? Should just be selecting everything. I ever even select this one? I don't think I did. What's this one? Oh. You can grab this button. I have to redo these lights. I gotta redo a bunch of stuff now. And to think I had the area almost done. Well, kind of. I had like 20% of the area not even done at all. That was that problem. Things were not as done as you might think. They were sort of done. I got that one. That's what I cared about. I don't know about the wall decorations. Oops. Let me see. I've since learned that, you know, if something happens to be in the directory you want, it won't let you move where you want. You just move it all to a different directory real fast, and then move it to the one you want. You know, it's better which one thing you had. Which thing was already in the right directory? It's easier that way. Yeah, I'm just gonna start grabbing pieces and just moving them around. I probably just place all the stuff for her chasing after you first, and then I deal with the grabbing smoke thingies later. I'm also getting rid of these. I don't actually want them here. I actually don't know if I want these at all. They originally were things that held up things, but the issue is that they are awkwardly shaped, and they have a nail at the top too, so they aren't even like, you know, flush at the top, so they just kind of stick through. I guess they kind of add to the ambiance some, but the issue is really that they just kind of stick through, so unless I'm gonna have them stick all the way through. Otherwise, you really can't make them just kind of stick through because of this nail here. Either way, I don't want this crap. But if I make them taller, like say I do that, then it becomes its own little setup, I guess, which might be more interesting, actually. That probably is, actually. I can't really have many more down there, though, because Charlotte hits them. So you can have them, but should you? I could have pipes from the ceiling holding it up too, from the look of it, if I wanted. I see somebody go through and just eliminate every song I don't like from these. Curate this playlist of game dev music that I'm never going to use in games because I'm not making a game that could use them. One of the things I could do is I could still keep a pit in a certain section of it, which would say like I'd take the center section here and I remove all this crap and instead make it a pit, and then have you have to jump across that. So I keep the same flavor of the original one, but at the same time I also get to make use of some new types of areas too that are a little less good. So I guess the question of that is why is there a pit? Well, there could just be small pathways, and I don't have Charlotte chase after you on this. But instead, threaten you with falling. Don't threaten me with a good time. I can have an additional door here that's only unlockable from the other side. I'm not sure I want any of this crap over here anymore. Potentially. Whatever the case, I'm gonna take a bunch of it and drag it over here. Okay, I'm okay with bending these things places. I don't care. If I had pits, then I can make you jump really fast past all the little Charlotte, you know, red smoke if I want. Which would be fine. Or I can have little short roadways instead. You can't really place anything below though, so it's gonna come down to Hierophant stuff, and we can easily run across two of the tops of these like this. It wouldn't be hard unless I blockade. Which I could do. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's just a fence. I was like, what am I seeing? I'm like able to see through the world. I'm sure I'll end up changing this like crazy later, but until then. Oh, I see. I can be a dick here. I totally can. The only issue I have here is that the logic behind it being this way is not sound. Like, why would it be this way, really? The answer is, I don't have a good answer for that. I need a reason why Poppet can't pass easily, or but they would let kids be up here. Oops. I don't know what it is, but like right around now, I always start yawning a lot, and then like a couple hours later, I'll just be perfectly good to go again. It's I guess should I stop shooting for like 5 hours? Like an hour later, I was already like not feeling all tired at all. Still didn't feel very good yesterday, but very very awkward. So I don't know why I didn't duplicate this when I moved it over. I need to keep a copy of it. No. I think realistically this should be farther over here. Too wide, no point in it being this wide. This doesn't technically hold anything up. I could just move it places. I could set up some kind of monkey bar setup. Where you just fall to your death. I kid you not, if you ever seen things like the 1920s playgrounds, let me tell you. Those things were dangerous. I could actually just put bars down that you crawl across too. That'd be the same thing. The other monitor is actually too dark. This monitor is so much brighter than the other monitor. It's weird. Funny part is the other monitor was the one that was originally the brighter of my two monitors, but I got rid of the darker one, and now this one that's super bright is like blinding. I mean, this can be like little bars to crawl across, right? Oh, I like this idea better. I like this idea a lot better. They're still dangerous, but they seem like something that a kid could use, because a kid could easily crawl across this with minimal danger. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still dangerous. But it would be minimal danger. Hey, Chameleon Eyes. What's up, 3D Metroidvania? Well, you know what a Metroidvania is, right? This one's in 3D. Sorry, sometimes you just gotta run with it. Do the quick tutorial setup here. But largely, it's mechanics of Metroidvania games. After you do, yeah, I mean, You have more of a 3D moving space to play in. So we'll do the tutorial for the people like that, or showcase on it. So the game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul is stuffed into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, which is like a theme park in a building where all the toys come to life at night because of a curse. So it's a small world. Yeah, pretty much. Main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is like her MP. She lets you do all of her powers. I'll lower my sanity up so you can see the insanity effect, because I like it. You go back to let you gain your sanity back, but you gain no curse power, and if your sanity over at 0, you lose, so don't let that happen. So use tarot cards for abilities, and this is where you'll get more of the actual gameplay here. Since it loads them in, taking forever. This is the she uses tarot cards for abilities. It's a fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. Useful for breaking your way through stuff and for bonking things. Very exciting. 10 out of 10. Would bonk things again. Here's something like the Magician, which is telekinesis, lets you pick up small objects and throw them. Also lets you manipulate stuff in the environment so you can move around. It's creating platform. This is where you get the more Metroidvania style things of it. I guess in Metroidvania, you know, it also involves combat. But. I'm actually discovering there's less platforming in this game than you'd expect. There's a fair amount, but sometimes it's just wandering through places. Obviously you can break things with these. I'm cheating at double jumping. Ignore that. It's steampunk game. You're in a giant steampunk city. You can't leave the building though. You can only look at the city, but you can be, you know, happy to look at it, I guess. Curse is only on the building, so. Yeah, like all Metroidvanias, there'll be a lot of random backtracking to, you know, to get things because you don't have the ability in the first place to get there, but you backtrack to get to new areas. Lots of traversal abilities. Fair amount of combat because, you know, all Metroidvanias are loaded down with combat. Spawning thingies, not the best time sometimes.
You're going the right way.
Yeah, all kinds of other abilities too. I just wasn't using them, but okay, Temperance, which is a bubble wand. It's only a point blank range, so it's probably terrible to fight this thing. Yeah, you largely wander around this waste store doing all sorts of things, and battling a giant ghost girl who thinks you're a great toy. All new favorite thing for her to play with. I'm building a little circus under here. It'll be cool when it's done. It just started, so. Yeah, you can jump on pipes and things like that. You can wander around. I guess now there's actual platforming in this room. There wasn't a lot of platforming before because it was running through a maze, but now you can run on top of the maze, so... Isn't that interesting? I don't want to do that yet, though. I just added this section, and I didn't really think about what I was going to do with it. Other than it's just kind of cool to have a new place to wander around on. Yeah, that's kind of what it is. For all intents and purposes. I have lots and lots and lots and lots of areas to go through. This is only the first chapter anyway. All kinds of weird mazes and things to wander around and jump up to and stuff. We're doing a massive restructure right now, so stuff's all over the place and some of it's poorly placed indeed. I think the shelf just needs to be smaller. There's no two ways about it. And you can like ride the plant up. Game happens at night, but I don't usually tend to do designing at night as much because, well, it's hard to position things. You'd be surprised how often you just can't, you know, see something hitting the edge of something. You need to grow the plant there. Well, maybe you do actually need to grow the plant slightly there. You don't. How awkward is it if you grow it? Oh, you're practically running. This section does not have a good purpose yet. Just making the shelves smaller was a pretty good idea though there. But I don't know if I want to have another thing this way. I need more things to collect too apparently in these rooms because I added all this stuff in and all this extra space and now it's like, what am I going to put here to collect? I don't even know. Oh my god. It's a terrible world. Terrible world indeed. Some people in the cities, they're maybe not the best. I need a good use for all these too. Like they're just kind of here, and I realize they need to be here for because it makes the room seem like it would make more sense. But there's not a lot of use for them. I guess I kind of move these far away from there, and that's maybe not the best because then it really wouldn't be easy to reach. Here it is easy to reach, but now they're all kind of far away. But you would have walkways. Potentially. I could do this, move them farther forward a bit. Tables are my all-purpose. Well, tables and chairs are my all-purpose. You know, when I don't have anything to put there like unique yet, I just put one of those there and say, yeah, it's close enough. Later on, I swap it with something I like better. Often. Not always, but most of the time. But every once in a while, a table and chair is just the generic go-to to get up onto things. Well, that's too far. them a little, but not that much. That's how you get up to the table typically. Even then, this table's kind of an awkward location, right? This is just such a big wasted space. Well, here you're allowed the Hierophant, the Magician, and the Empress. So I can make any puzzle I want that's a combination of those things. Of course, the main objective was to get up to there, and there wasn't much other reason to get these. You can jump from this to that. I kind of think I moved it over intentionally to do that, and I don't know if I like that. So I can make it annoying to get there pretty easily if I want. Right now, there's not a lot of reason to do anything special to get there. You can just jump from here to here. I guess not everything needs to be annoying, but it's kind of an objective. So the objective is super easy, and then the other stuff is not so easy. Indeed. Midday apparently makes me tired. I could move this over. This is stuck in the wall. If I do that, I'd probably want to move everything else over too. I mean, originally it was around here to look like, you know, all nice and neat. And I could stick with it being here. If I do that, I probably want to change some things up. I don't even know if I want to keep this crap over here. I forget it's there. There's actually an item up there, but it's not particularly interesting. Versus I could actually rotate these and put them over here so that they're a little more logically placed. It'd actually probably be more staggered like that, wouldn't it? And these would be more facing the center. Of course, then I need a way to get back onto that. I'll figure something out. Oh, you might be able to make that. I'm not sure they'd be that staggered. Maybe it look better if they aren't staggered. Of course, if they're staggered, I could have stuff over here. If they're not staggered, I can't. Actually, I think you just make this. Guessing to Hierophant round 2 in here. Problem is I don't have an objective set up for it. I'd have to set up some kind of objective. Sometimes she tries to grab the ledge, this is annoying. Sometimes she just runs off because there's a bit of a lag when playing the engine. Okay, just fail like crazy. You can make that jump, no problem. You made both jumps. Oh yeah, not a problem. Well, that's good. You might switch to like standing up or something just to move around some, because otherwise I'm gonna falling asleep in my chair practically for some reason. Oh, I slept a bunch last night too, but depending on this time of day, if I don't move around more, it's. Let me reset that real fast. 1 second. Turns out this thing is not very good for close quarters like this.
A little better. Probably helps move around at least some, otherwise it's just not my time of day. Not yet. I'm gonna make it my time of day, but it's just gonna be kind of a struggle to go from the I spent my whole life being a nighttime person to, oh look, now I'm a daytime person. To be fair, I was never like a stay up until 6 or 7 in the morning kind of person. That came about because of streaming, but I can tell you right now that that is just not acceptable. I can't do that. Nothing gets done. Need to stand more anyway. All his health problems are not made better by sitting. How do I make Charlotte a threat in this area? Like, is the thing. Like, I'm not really gonna have her chase after you. It could just be the smoke thingies where she just appears in smoke and you just have to run by quickly. If that's the case, well, first we'll put like a layout or just some place to go here. I might make special ones with okay, whatever just went there, don't do that. Special ones that are have level watch reversibles on them so you can grab them. Maybe. There doesn't have to be an actual floor in here if I don't want one. I'm getting more bots on Kick lately. Huh. Usually I get lambasted by those things like the whole time. It's just constant. And it's like, nope, nothing to do. Good. Maybe I banned every single bot on Kick. Would be quite the achievement. Since Kick is predominantly bots. I mean, to be fair, so is Twitch and YouTube, so, you know. Guess it's not so much, but it kind of is. Well, do I want to have just a complete normal area nearby each thing, or do I want to drop you out on the ladders ASAP? So I can do both. I don't know.
I mean, these could connect points. They don't actually have to be... Also, I can just split this in two if I'm doing that. Like, there's no point even messing it up a little bit. Just split the thing in half because... What, am I gonna have a tiny little edge right here? What's the point? Why would I do that? Oops. Yeah, I'm trying to grab this one, not that one, thank you. Start with a biggie. Pointless stuff to crawl around on. And it'll probably be much different later on, but for now, I say we do on concepts. Yeah. I can make this a maze too, for that matter. True. Well, by that standard, I should turn this into a spline, right? And I could have it all straight like this too, or I can have some spline ones and bend it all over the place all crazily. I mean, realistically, you're probably not jumping from point to point to point anyway. I assume that's not what you're going to do. You're probably going to run along the edges of the ladder. Yeah, you're probably doing this. Or, yeah, you're almost certainly doing that. Why would you jump between them when you just run along the edges? But to be fair, things aren't necessarily designed so that, you know, the doll can run around on. They're for, you know, people to move around on. Which would mean that, you know, that would be a thing. Like, people aren't going to fall through these little cracks like Poppet is. Too many emails for business. Do that for a second. Oh, that's just the Unreal Engine thing. Yeah, I don't care about that. What do people want? Well, that's the downside of streaming during the day, is I might have to do business thingies, and I'll have to end the stream at some point whenever business calls. Like, I mean, not today necessarily. It's just if I have a chance to make some ducats, you know, and help people understand. And if they don't, well, I don't care. Still gotta make the ducats. We had this discussion earlier about, you know, it's great to dream, but sometimes you gotta get the bag, yo. I guess I can use these, like, you know, doors as like a destination in a way. Oh, awkward destination setup. Oh, I was thinking of making a spline out of this. That's right. Sure. Let me do the spline and we'll run with it. All those deeper road splines are great. 10 out of 10. Would dupe again. Call this monkey bars spline. Get the duct. Construction thingy. Plop that on there. dump one out, see if it works or if I gotta mess with it. Hopefully it just works. Yeah, it does not look like it just works here. It looks like it's flying in a weird way, huh? Kinda. Come on, grab the point. And if I were to split it, what does it do? I mean, it doesn't do quite what I want necessarily. It's kind of weird they set up. Yeah, I get it. There's a spline bug. There's been one since 5.4. Epic never fixes anything. Got it. It doesn't do what I want though. It's just side by side ones, which is weird. But we can fix this, I'm sure. Well, we can try anyway. Hopefully we can fix it. Not everything is set up for this type of thing. That's even worse. Nice. How about the Z component? What do I do? Yeah, actually it would. I mean, it's super wide, but it does do what it needs to. You just have to do this. And then it would be... kind of thick though. Thick boy. But also do that with it, so I probably want to change these numbers to be defaulted to be those. Hide in the chat all the time. That's it, but still has been hidden. I think I'll default it to like 1 or something as the Y coordinate. 5 might be a bit much too. Honestly, I should probably just default it all to 1s and then just change it as I see fit. So when I drop it out, I don't have to go weird with it. Honestly, 1 might not be that good. How wide is this? Oh no, 1 looks about close enough. Yeah. Now I'll just be able to go nuts with it. Make it all bendy. Ooh. Ooh. Actually. Hear me out, we're making it bendy now. I said we bendy now. It's not a very good bendy thing, is it? No. It actually bends very poorly. A lot of the times they do though. Not everything bends well. Like me, for instance. I don't bend very well. I'm very not bendy. I'm like that crotchety old spline that just doesn't want to work right, which is like 90% of them. Yeah. Oops. Might as well have fun with it, yeah? Instead of just having these boring ones. We bending. No ankle will be. Whoa, 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 whoa! What is going on here, Bucko? How this? Okay, well, not everything is bendy, as I was saying. Like you're just doing your thing, and it's like, nope. Okay, I see. Are you like moving up and down or something? Like, what is going on with this? Why can't I bend you? I think it's moving up and down somehow. No? You are the least bendy thing in the world. I mean, it bends, you just gotta fight with it. I mean, this might seem like it's high up and be weird, but at the same time, these are child-sized doors, so they could actually just grab this stuff and hang from it, by the way. Like, this is a regular door. This thing is not high up at all. But there's an illusion like it's way higher, and I was sitting there thinking that myself, going, you know, come to think of it, this is actually really, really short. I don't know why I'm thinking that it would be like some big fall. It would not be a big fall. Trust me, it would not. It would be this tiny little fall. Nothing serious. I should probably just connect like that and have one less thingy and have like other alternate ways. I don't want these gone. They're kind of in a weird location. I don't mind them off to the sides. Though I don't know what their function truly is, but they're so big, these nails, I think kids could probably climb on them, but to what end? Basically, it looks like a place you could easily hurt yourself anytime they wanted. Yeah. I could hide them on top here and force you to jump down. So if I included some way to grab hold of these, you could actually pull yourself up. You can't really... Well, I'm not even sure how I would set up this blind for having the level lock traversable spawn at each of the things. I don't think that would be how it would work. I'd have to almost place them or create unique ones. It'd be really weird to put level lock reversibles on this stuff. Unless I kept it completely straight. If it stayed straight, it'd be fine, but level lock reversibles are not bendy, so it would be less than bueno. I guess I'm going from over here. Yeah, that'd be dangerous. Everyone wants to be a straight shot ever. It's actually lower for some reason. I don't like that. Problem is these little island thingies are essentially, you know, I mean, I guess I could just place things that are out there and then hold them up with like pipes or something. Say just leave matter, because right now I'm limited on where those can be at. Because they're a doorway thingy and you're just bouncing around on top of them. But I guess they don't have to be limited. I didn't keep record where the little polka dot thingy was. Always are really dark and hard to see, by the way. I don't know what I called them. Let's say make a new one. Yeah, there's really no other option. I just have to make another one. Yeah. I really didn't keep a single one, huh? Yeah. Guess let's make another one, huh? Surely up somewhere. Maybe easier to just look it up because I can't remember what I named it. Or easier just to make another one. Technically, this is like the thinnest floor in the world. Probably shouldn't be that thin, to be honest. Could even be a size 1. Might not even be a bad idea. Otherwise, it's like, well, how is it this thin? If I could do that, then I'd have to move it up. Or I just say screw it and keep it as it is. And 0.5 is not too bad. Looks a little more like it might hold. I was kind of thinking of fencing off an area so you had to go sideways through it just to get to things, but again, I don't really know what the real threat's going to be, or you can't really have Charlotte follow you through here. Just having her try to grab you out of the smoke is probably the most likely threat. Like, I can just put these places. Or I can just put her on this, the thingies. Like, there doesn't really have to be places. I mean, like, I would assume the kids would grab hold of these things and pull themselves around for funsies. To some extent. You can't go too far with them, but you could grab things from below and do it, or curl around on top of them. Should probably be the most exciting thing to do with them. I'm sure I feel about this setup, but whatever. It's easier to make something and then change it than to try to figure out the thing you want to make just from nothing. At least in my experience. Because you put something there, then you always have something, even if it isn't necessarily good, versus the, well, I might think of something, yeah. Usually making something I come up with a better idea anyway. See? Very common thing I do. The old better plan strategy. But leave it off until you come up with a better plan later strategy. Maybe I don't have any of the red smoke below, I can just have the red smoke up here. Just kind of restrict where certain things can even be, just to make it more interesting. Because otherwise it really is just kind of awkward. I kind of prefer not to make it super awkward. Those are both splines, right? Spline bug. I guess I want this to be the same height. Never mind. It's cooler when they're all bendy, for certain. There's that giant straightaway there. I feel like I could do something more interesting with that. I could just put her sitting on top of these and not even bother to hide where the smoke's at. A lot of space. Like 6, 7, and 8 could all be over here. Where's 6 at? Over here? Sure. Button just needs to go anywhere, it doesn't super matter, but where am I at? I'm kind of on the first floor. Uh-oh. That's not gonna work. Yeah, well, the smoke. Right, she can just run around on this stuff, so. I could have her chase you on this stuff. She can crawl around on it just fine. Yeah, the Namnesh is perfectly fine on it. Hmm. All it would take is connecting it up in weird ways. Not blocking it like I was doing. Then she could chase you around on it. As opposed to the smoke trap thingies. How did she even get over here? 0 and 1. No, just show you up here there. Ready up for the diversion jam? Fair. Yeah. What sort of rules they got? I'm supposed to stand, but my legs sure hate standing. Should program some stuff. All I've been doing lately is just designing areas. I guess I did program a little bit today, but no AI? Nice. A lot of times when you have a bunch of things that are just like no AI, no like start from scratch, you just end up with a bunch of platformers. Kinda, yeah. Are you allowed to use pre-existing assets, or is it just all whatever you make at the time? Basically, can you not have... Well, and there's not really basically on that. And for 1 through 4, 9 and 12. I wonder if that counts for Army of 1 or not. Oh, 4 is right here. This room's suddenly going to be incredibly hard. Much harder than the previous version. But you really can't just see through the smoke very well, so it's
Shooting star.
probably not going to be fun to have those, to be honest.
The wall talks. They're watching their
And just levitating. How will I make this fun? As it is now, it's a little on the miserable side, but it doesn't make sense to have a bunch of floating objects either over a weird chasm. But, yeah, I would, be interesting to do one of those jams, but at the same time, would it though? I'd want to plan out long in advance what I was going to do. As far as like the game type. And then just, you know, put the theme over the top of it, just like a coat of paint. That's usually your best bet. I don't know what I'm gonna do about this yet. It's not fun. Maybe I'll design some stuff. I go tired of doing that particular thing. Also, it's just me, as this wall not quite reach? It does not. We can fudge her a little. That's fair. I mean, 7 days isn't that long to invest. We'll give you something to do, but well, I don't know. I mean, I pretty much just always work on my game, and that's just what I do. Makes my life a lot easier because I know exactly what I'm working on. I'm always getting a little farther along. Not always have the best ideas. Sometimes I set some up and hate it. I mean, you never know until you try, and a lot of my ideas are... Well, there's plenty more content now, because I have a bunch of sections but nothing to do in them. And this room is still a dumpster fire. Hey, Chimida, how's it going? Well, thanks for the follow. We gotta work on some abilities or something. While I contemplate what to do about that room to make it better. I had the Hierophant thing. It was just really fast. I guess a lot of the rooms I had were very they just kind of run through as fast as possible and grab things, and now I'm trying to keep them there longer, which is forcing a lot more gameplay decisions in each room. I guess rooms get a lot more interesting as time goes by because of that, because these rooms, like this room, is really boring. Doesn't have much to it. There's less wandering. Less weird curiosities, if you will. So, I was gonna work on making some various abilities, though. Maybe I'll swap that for a bit. You know what? Kind of like level designed out at the moment. I don't have a good idea. Of course, I've been at level design for weeks, so it's probably a good reason why. So I was gonna spawn in suns, and what was the sun gonna do? I think it was a light source that was temporary, and then would could be exploded if you wanted, or actually they could be expanded or something as the ability. Like I could do that. I wrote it down. Nice, that's not what I wanted, but thank you. Blah blah blah. What did my notes say? Yeah, I just summoned a temporary little, basically a temporary light source. It doesn't move, but you can use it. Keep yourself somewhat safe, and then activate it into the pulse dealing damage by enemies. And there was an option to destroy them all, and then you gain curse for all the damage you deal that way. I mean, it kind of works the same. Well, I mean, I think the devil's just better than the sun at that point. That's true. I guess not everything has to be good per se, but there's so many abilities in this game, like that they kind of overlap in a lot of instances. How am I going to differentiate the sun from something along the lines of like the Hierophant? It's not the Hierophant, the Hermit, which leaves little balls all over the place. Or the Moon, which is also, I guess they're lights. The downside, if you summon a light into the world, though, you can't gain any curse back, so it would be almost like really bad. Like you would summon it, and then you have to run away from it. Huh. I didn't even put the sun thingy. A projectile is not what I want, right? Yeah, that is not what I want at all. That's the old sun thingy. Not very. Gonna make a 2D game, my papers please, but not same. Anything about the make game on Unity or Unreal Engine? Can you give me some advice what I should use to make for a 2D game? Well, I mean, while you can do 2D looking things in Unreal Engine is always a 3D engine, so as long as you're fine with the fact that you could just lock everything to a single plane, you could use Unreal Engine, and I love Unreal Engine. It's easy, cheap, and you know, they give you lots of, well, it's easy, free, and they give a bunch of assets for free, so you don't have to spend a lot of money. As far as which engine to use, I mean, like Unity is probably the better 2D engine. It's actually, well, say Unreal's not a 2D engine. You can do 2D in it, but it's not a 2D engine. As far as how to make it, I would probably look up a lot of tutorials on how to do like UI stuff, because that's basically what things like Papers, Please would be, especially if you did an Unreal Engine. It would literally just be a bunch of UI menus and the like. And you would just display images and things. You would never have to place anything in the world specifically. It would just be all in the HUD. But you could have like a viewport that shows what's happening in the world, I guess, and then put things out there. But I suspect it really would just be pure UI, right? I mean, I've never played Papers, Please, but I've seen some images of it. I guess you could tell a story like a visual novel or something like that. They might have tutorials like that. Let's see. I don't really see a tutorial on how to make it in Unreal Engine. But like I say, I can really only tell you what to look for Unreal Engine purposes. I know Unity does do 2D stuff, but I know absolutely nothing about Unity, so I'll never recommend it usually because I don't know anything about it. For to do it in Unreal Engine, you look into Paper ZD, which is a free plugin that helps improve the animation and UI stuff, because you could basically build the whole game in UI. Catch you later, Lepus. Hopefully things calm down around there. You seem real questionable over there. Real questionable indeed. It'll do. Well, that's right, I have a weapon for the shit. Yeah, I don't really want them to shrink necessarily, or maybe they could just shrink. They also start growing larger because the shrink is mathematically incorrect. Oh, and they blow up for some reason. Forever. It's terrible. I copied the Empress stuff and they're not designed correctly. They're interesting. Oh, it does actually damage things. I could just have them count like the other. I said Metroidvania, I drew my pixel arts in the open meeting, and I'm very confused. Now I wish I English. English is not my native language, sometimes I don't understand. I'm confused again. You know, coding, should I use Godot? I mean, Godot and Unity are pretty similar in that you need a lot of coding knowledge to use them, right? Even with Unreal Engine, blueprints are still a form of coding. But there's not a lot of WYSIWYG types of stuff in that. So I think it does basically the same as Unity for all intents and purposes on how easy it is to use. They're so similar to each other from what I've seen that you could practically just swap them back and forth in front of my face, and I'm not sure I could tell you the difference without taking a real solid look. You might be more interested in like one of the game in a box engines, like what Game Maker or something like that. If you're gonna do something like that, maybe. I don't know. I didn't really use those. But you're gonna have to learn some amount of coding, no matter which of the big three you use, really. I would just look at tutorials on how to make games, like how to make a particular type of game on YouTube for whichever engine you want to learn. Make that, and then the way I learned was simply to keep adding tutorials. That's like, I want this feature, add it in, keep doing it, and eventually every time you add a new tutorial, it gets harder and harder and harder because they always start at square one. It's like little mini lesson plans. It gets aggressively more difficult, and you build a game while doing it. And that's just how I recommend everyone learn. You really could use all three of them if you want. Anyone is fine. What's up, bro? Not much. Messing with the... kind of bouncing around doing what I'm working on. I was going to work on an ability, and then I kind of got to chatting instead. You know more 3D games? Way too many 2D games? Yep. Well, that's because 2D games are... Actually, I don't know why people make 2D games over 3D. 3D is super easy. I don't understand the assets are abundant, and animations make it so easy. But people like 2D. Oh. Good thing, Tomato. Hopefully it works out, you know? I mean, yeah. That's what I would try. I think the upside for 2D is the lower resource intensive, so if you're going to do, like, mobile, then maybe I could see it. But otherwise, it's so hard to stand out with 2D graphics. So we're in a 2D horror game at the moment? Nice, nice. How's it going on that? Remember myself what I did on each thing. I could make the sun something you could pick up instead. And then move around. Like summon a movable light that you can carry. At that point, it's not much different than the cubes, is it? Oh yeah, I got the free assets. Everyone should always grab the free assets as soon as you can. If you haven't already, everyone, go to Fab, go grab your free assets. I already posted in the Discord, but I'll post it in all the chats too, so people can... Oh, let's see. Guess I missed up and missed it. Look at Twitter, it's burning everywhere. I'm just having my game jams. Okay. Yeah, it sucks. Huh. Yeah, hopefully it works out for Lepus and his problems there. Alright, so here's the things there. Everyone get their free stuff. This one's cool. I like this one. I just like the orb. Who am I kidding? The orb is cool. Everything else, I don't care. But orb. Hear me out. Orb. Also, the VFX, that float thingy, is pretty neat too. I looked at it briefly. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with it yet. Something. But yes, get freebies. Freebies are good. 10 out of 10 would use freebies again. I am debating on if I just want to make it a die thingy or whatever. Like, it can be a floating die thingy, or it can be... that can be picked up and thrown around. It's also a light. In which case I would have all the numbers and just take it down. Or it can be more like the Empress thingy that shrinks, which I don't really want it to do. I don't like it much. You don't like the characters? I just take everything. I never know what I can repurpose, and I'll repurpose everything at some point, from what I can tell. I mean, that's just what I do. I repurpose stuff. Try to come up with good ideas. Sometimes it works out, and sometimes it doesn't. A lot of times it doesn't. Why didn't I put the magician thingy over here? Hmm. I mean, might as well. You're not really out anything to take them. And it potentially leads to, you know, something good down the line if you happen to, you know, end up making a different game. Because maybe you will make a different game later. You never know. It could happen. Oh, is it tied to the weapon? Might be tied to the weapon. Of course it's tied to the weapon. Is it? No. Okay, how did I set that one up then? Basically, I'm just looking for the reference to the thing so I know where to put it. I just cast a spell, yeah. Oh, I'm a goofball. There's 3 different versions of these things, so it's going to be on the bottom one. Okay. Ah, the movable Poppet Cube. Well, you're not gonna throw it, you're just gonna summon it. No, I'm using crystal modes. It's free. This one here, even though it's not loading very fast. Here, also get in chat. All 3 chats. Yeah, sure thing. It's hard to go wrong at $0 for it, you know? Where's my viewport on this? Oh, 1 second. Post office guy was at the door. I guess post guy. He was had to hand in some packages real quick, otherwise it would have been sad. Where is everything on this? This is literally a duplicate of the other. Can't exactly move things on it, can you? Why is it shrinking? Oh. Ah, hair in my mouth. What I did. Undo wasn't working, so I had to do it the hard way. Oh, I think that it was like a little portal thing, right? Portal the magician. Hmm. Why is it spawning? Oh. I guess Terror of the Sun is actually one I should be replacing. I don't know why I'm replacing 3 and do what I want. I'm all confused here for no apparent reason, other than I can. I'm curious why the other buttons were doing it too. That doesn't make sense. Oh, the Sun 3's there, sure. Oh. It doesn't seem right. Don't do it that way, that's stupid. Remember the day I cleaned these up because they were just so hard to read. And now they're very easy to read. Just go back and check the other ones, make sure I'm not using randomly wrong number on one of them. just want to double check that last time when I did this to make sure everything's perfect. So I didn't want to have to ever look at these particular three, you know, thingies ever again. I was like, well, I'm never adding any more tarot cards to the game because it's only the major arcana and I have every one of the major arcana. It's not like I can invent tarot cards. That would be, like, weird. There's so many now I don't want to invent more, you know? Like, hear me out. There's already, you know, 22 of the things and 3 abilities each. I wrote down almost every one. I think I'm missing one. I don't know why I forgot that one. One night I just had the drive. Oh, I lost a wish list. How sad. Oh well. Alright, so I guess I'll just experiment with it because I don't really know which one I want to do. Do I want it to work exactly like the magician and that you just lob it and go? Guess I could. Or do I just spawn it? Because I could just spawn it. And you could pick it up as an option. But only with like the magician or something to pick it up, which is kind of unintuitive, right? Just having to swap them the magician is awkward. They're not next to each other in the tarot, so you'd have to open up the menu and flip to it. I mean, if they're just a placeable light, that's not even that interesting. Maybe I don't want you to pick them up. And then they're like no different than the Empress ones. I guess they don't have to explode, they could just be a light. Kind of waffling on this. Well, this is the same grow thing like that, except for it's just a different code here. Yes. I don't think I need to have that many numbers on them. Like I was gonna have a bunch of text on them, but I just have this one and set the text on it. I don't even need a for each loop. It's not a die. Therefore, it doesn't need every side. There it is. I'm not trying to get a variable that was not there in the first place. Weird. Well, let's get rid of that crap because I don't care about any of it. Yeah, maybe I keep it for destroying things. Always recycle your code if you can. Never redo it if you don't have to. Especially if you have like a million abilities. It doesn't really benefit you to do it the other way. The Portal to the Sun's not a bad thing though, because I can still take this mini sun thing and spawn it out that way. What do you want, little buddy? Sure. Well, that spawns, but not the other. I assume it's not actually growing. Curious if it's even spawning it. They might not be able to world scale 3D this particular thing. That seems strange because why wouldn't you be able to? Right. Let's see if it's even finding it first. It spawned it. Except for that it was... Yeah, I just spawned it all once because apparently it doesn't grow ever, so... Things don't work as expected. Well, they don't really need to even grow, honestly. They can just do as they're doing. Because they're already spherical, so they kind of look like they appear in the little portal thingy anyway. Oh. Already tagged as a light. I think I accounted for the doesn't have the any tag at all. Is it just being always active if you're in range? I could probably get the room info from Poppet. Does she have room info? I think she does. Yeah, they have room name. Someone spawned in. Oh wait, order. Get the player character first. Maybe that's all I need, and then they can just message Poppet when she spawns it to get the room they're in, so it only works in the room that Poppet's in, so she can't drop one on one side or one on the other. It's an imperfect solution, but it's a better than what it was solution, of course. That's what I need. What's the difference between the exit portal and not? That's a good question. Why can't I just send them to someone? And destroy the actor. Maybe it's stopping too fast. I don't know. It was working well with the other ones, so clearly something ain't right. Correct me if I'm wrong, this one worked, right? I don't recall there being a difference between the exit and the not. Destroys itself. Pretty much in Mida, pretty much. More people talking on Kick tonight than expected. Or I guess today, same nights. Usually Kick is the one where nobody talks. To be fair, YouTube is pretty not talkative either. But, you know. Happy to see people chatting. You found any good tutorials yet? I could probably find the ones I follow, but they were all for Unreal Engine, so that's only helpful if you want to use Unreal Engine. Otherwise, it's pretty unhelpful. Alright, well... I can just darkness them out. The darkness has come for the sun. That didn't look as red as I thought it would. I copied all of them instead of doing it like this. Mistakes were made. I guess to be fair, it would be more supernova-like anyway. I'm sure there's some coding thing I missed, and that's why it does what it does. I made it a long time ago, and, you know, rather than try to solve some great mystery, why don't I just duplicate the thing that works, change some colors, and call it square? The best solution, the one that gets it done. They work as lights. I don't know about how great this is, but it is a portable light. They have to do more than this, though. I usually like to make them some sort of system that kind of operates off of each other. They're not really counting as a light, are they? And to be a light. And their little mini sun, so we won't assume that would be a thing. I could make them seek out enemies, I guess. That'd be... I guess that would be different if you could place a bunch of them and have them seek out enemies instead of having them be detonated. Actually, they would get larger. There's an option to destroy them all to get curse power, this last ability, which... Oh, fine. Are they, though? Is that really fine? So what am I missing on the light stuff? Like an attenuation and all that too, right? It has no attenuation. Defaults the light is on, sure. Attenuation 0. Probably need that. Hansbur. Did you just wake up? If so, I'm envious. If not, just say you did and I'll still be envious. Movable lights. Work around 8 a.m. and get out of bed till 12 or so.
How do you even lay in bed that long? It gets so bored. I don't know how I could do it. I just can't. Get some cleaning? Really enjoy cleaning? God, see previous statement. How can you enjoy cleaning and laying in bed? These are things that are tough. Stupid ads. Jeez. Jeez. I'll grab some tea then. Right back. Caffeine acquired. Welcome back. I'm still in shock. The whole can lay in bed for 4 hours and somehow enjoys cleaning. These two things, they don't compute in my world. I don't understand. You've acquired 2 skills that would make for a great bored housewife. 10 out of 10. Now you just got to convince your girlfriend to like be the provider and do all the work, and you get to sit around and stream all day. I'm just saying. Lay in bed, stream all day, and all you have to do is clean, maybe learn to cook. You might already know how to cook, I don't know. I said to be the stay-at-home streamer, make dinner and all that. Oh yeah, that sounds like heaven. I already sit at home, make dinner, and do all these things. Like, tell her she's a strong and independent woman that, you know, don't need no man to provide for her, and she's so strong and independent that she can, you know, fight the patriarchy by providing for you instead. Sure, might work. It's not gonna work. But if it does, you're welcome. And if it doesn't, well, you tried. How am I gonna use this as an attack? Do you find this making more money? Oh, it's a skill issue. She needs to up her game. Explain to her that you're not a cheap date. And, you know, you have standards. And you're not going to lower them for her. You know your worth. There you go. That's what they say.
That's fair, but she could make even more. She's not providing you the life that you want to live. When I wrote down what I thought this thing should do, I don't like it. I like the light idea, but... I guess it's to activate and pulse, and then there's a destroy them all. When you gain curse equals to that, is that even good? Well, I guess I can set it up and try it. Or if it happens, I don't like it. But yeah, you definitely got to get yourself a sugar mama. Every streamer I've ever met that is really good at streaming, because they can do it all day, even though they don't make any money, has a sugar mama. Or a sugar daddy. Or both. Oh my. I'm just going to go ahead and get this out of the way right now. I've never achieved the sugar mama setup. I've tried, the best I ever had is a woman took me on a safari once. That's just because she broke up with her husband and she's like, I don't want this safari to go to waste. It was only a safari in California, though we do actually had all the safari things. It was crazy. So she took me instead. It was great. 10 out of 10. Would go on someone else's safari anytime. I think they were getting into, I don't know, whatever. I was young. I got to go on a safari for free. I'm sure they dropped hundreds of dollars at the time on my ticket and all my lodging and everything. It's glorious. I just like to work at a good job for a year or two and then just have a lot of money saved up. There's no need to really spend much either. I like we really need more than 2-bedroom apartment. That's fair. I mean, I too would love to be able to work a year or two and be able to afford for a disgusting amount of time without having to do anything. I don't even spend money. I live as cheap as possible. So I can spend time streaming and game dev, two things that don't. They either just pay flat nothing or they just pay a disgusting amount. And for 99.9% of people, it's flat nothing. The game pays something when you finally finish it, but it's a large project, so I guess I need the interface on this one. But yeah, never spend money you don't have to, and then you always have money later. That's how I've lived my life for quite a while, and even after all those health problems, I was able to just kind of squeak on by because well, just never spend anything. Except for on all the medical expenses, so I don't have as much money as I once did. I already have a Terror of the Sun. But I don't... Oh, I remember, because it was worked off that terrible card. Hey, I'm going to delete that awful thing. Be gone, awful thing. Or from an era long best forgotten. I used to fire a projectile in the air that responded back saying it was, that, you know, it was fired, and it would literally just be a floating, rotating sun. Yeah, this thing, and it would just rotate. It was so dumb. I thought it was cool back in the day. You still reference Projectile the Sun? Do you? Do you really? Oh yeah. This awkward, terrible, who knows what thingy that essentially just spawned a light over Poppet. That's boring. It was good, but it wasn't as good as the Devil, which was like 1,000 times better. All my homies hate this particular thing. I don't even know what else crap is down here. Oh, for the moon stuff? Oh, because I was copying. I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't care about any of that. Now it just fires the thingy that just times itself out eventually. Or I can send a message all of them to destroy themselves, which would be the exact same effect if I turn the time off. Except for you get to place lights places, which is more interesting than just it being stuck to you. What was this on before? Poppet turns on a flashlight. That's really what it was. Poppet turns on a flashlight. Big long explanation for it turns on flashlight. Zero out of 10. Why would you do this? You can tell how old this code is. I just kept a bunch of crap here and didn't do anything with it. What was this naming convention I'm using in all the others? Do I have a naming convention? It's just stability, huh? I'm not even bothering to do that for a lot of them. Thankfully, I've reached the point where it's so much of the stuff is just done by checking some boxes that I don't have to create an army of code. Can I just send a message to him? I'll just tag him. Oh, I got my first bot of the day. Hell yeah, brother. Over on Kick, I got a bot finally. I would say I'd keep it and call it Steve, but it committed the ultimate party foul. It didn't even bother to follow me first before spamming me. You know, listen. You want to spam me? You gotta follow. It's really that simple. Little bots. Seriously. Like, I ain't asking much in life. See, I am asking that. I guess we'll type the Sun Mini. Sure. I mean, realistically, this is what the code's going to look like in general for both of them. Except for it's going to make me compile and save to move two things at once, huh? You gonna do me like that, bro? Jeez. But no, Kick's been behaving today. I've only had the one bot. There are times on Kick where I'll get like 8 bots. It's like all day, that's all it is just bot, 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 and you're just like... They're either a website that's basically trying to get you to, you know, pay for people, or they want you to, you know, meet them on Discord because they just popped off and they can help you out. Or actually there's a third one, the meet them on Discord and join Kick Fam or whatever. So they can sell you a website thing or something. I don't know. Whatever dumb crap you do on Kick Fam. I guess I changed the name of this to... I close it? This. Read this. This one's what I say the sun. What? I just make a second one because I don't really care. It doesn't have to do anything special. Oops. I love interfaces. More like in the inappropriate way than the actual, you know, just because they're programming. At least they're useful. Yeah, yeah. Oh my. Good times. Keeping this stuff. I don't need to set up damage. I don't care about this crap. I copied it off of the Empress stuff. I don't need it. I don't want it. All my homies hate it. Well, maybe all my homies don't hate it that much. Actually,
Hmm. So originally I was thinking they could, like, you know, make them pulse and deal damage, or like, pulse and destroy them, but that's kind of like you gain a bonus off of it. It would be interesting if you made one that summoned a reverse copy, you know, like basically it summoned an orb of curse instead, and so you could, well, basically like an orb of darkness essentially, so you could actually gain your powers back. Maybe the tower should do that. Hmm. I have not made a world ability yet with the tower. But the idea of a reverse version of this is more interesting than the actual sun one. I mean, sanity matters only when it matters. After a while, like, only when it hits a certain level does it make any difference. But if there was a way for you to regenerate your curse power faster, by having more of those around. And if, you know, for every, what if, like, you know, everyone's around, it gave you curse back, and for every point of curse you got that was above the max, it just started healing you instead. That's an interesting idea. Oh yeah, I called something Pluppet once, so I want to make a Pluppet that's like a fat Poppet. Pluppet. Or maybe it's just like a Poppet head that flops. I don't know, something. It's such a dumb name. Let's see, darkness, I guess. Maybe.
So I have the code set up for what I want to do. It's just now I'm arguing for myself and if I want to do it. It just doesn't seem interesting. Like something the little light thingies is fine, and they should probably have some kind of method of attack because it's really annoying to switch to a weapon, have no means of attack with it, and have to switch off of it, so it's just literally a traversal weapon. I mean, it can be fine, but also not all of them really have 3 traversal effects, because if I put that many traversal effects, I then have to use that many traversal effects in the game, and they kind of compound as you go along, right? Every new traversal effect is one more thing I need to account for in level design. So realistically, I don't want any more than potentially 22 traversal effects. And to be fair, I don't think I even want that many. Some can be less useful. Like the star doesn't have a traversal effect at all either. But am I just making a wand for this too? Everything I make is another wand. He's only got 2 melee weapons so far. I could make her like a paladin. She just bonks things with a giant mace thingy. The trouble is how different is that than the Fool? Because her range is so short. What with being tiny and, you know, she's a female, so she's got little gimpy arms by comparison. She's just real small. It's like, okay, well, you're not really going to reach very far. Most enemies have a greater range. Almost all the melee weapons kind of suck if they don't have a huge range. They have to be like giant. Which kind of been the big problem. But then half of them start playing out like the same weapon if they're all huge. At least Justice has a pistol, so it looks a little different. I also don't know what kind of a hat you would use for the sun either. Indeed. I do have extra hats that aren't being used. It's messaging me, so I've been spawning back important things. A lot of time is spent on just design decisions, I find. I actually have a bunch of weird things too, like I have candy weapons and I kind of want to use them. Like I have a candy spear, as you can see. And candy shield. I decided with grape flavor versions of them. I could change the color if I wanted, but hear me out. Grape flavor with an eyeball. I was more likely going to use them for the enemies. The malls, of course, I'm going to use for the Fool. It's also an axe. It would be cool to have some dual wielding animations or something, but I don't really have those. I was mostly going to use these for the enemies. So they are kind of cool. But yeah, basically, unless the weapon is huge, it's really hard to use it as an effective weapon in this game. I mean, notice that with even the Death Scythe isn't big enough because of how Poppet holds it.
it's so close to her body that she gets hit almost every time trying to swing it because the enemies attack pretty fast too, so it's really hard to make it work. Okay, so realistically, I'd want to make a red version for Poppet, I would assume. I didn't know I'd just import it as white. But none of those are going to work for the sun particularly. Got weird hats. A little military hat. Hell yeah. A couple of them actually. Few of them, yeah. But I'm not going to need them for anything. Maybe one for like the chariot. What the hell is this supposed to be? Well, this could be a hermit hat. Hey, I'm doing. Hey, I'm doing D. How's it going? Thanks for the raid. I can see this working for that. Hey, sure, Matthew. Hey, Shadow Sue. How's it going? Hello, hello. I guess I could show off the game or something. I'm busy just like with the important things in life, like deciding which hat is best with which outfit. Okay, like it's important. Fine, I'm a French game dev, so put force power to game dev around the world. Nice, nice. What are you making? What you doing? I mean, if you got a link to it, I'll even look at it. Oregon? Nice, nice. Go to Oregon. McFeeder Fathom convenience store. Can't say I've heard of that one. Here to Fathom. Apparently there's multiple Fear to Fathoms. I was like, I'll just type in Fear to Fathom, and then it's like 3 different versions. Fear to Fathom convenience store shopping list. Sure. What do we got here? So it looks like this. Unless you have your game to link. If you have your own some link of your game, I'll check yours out. I just don't know what Fear to Fathom even is. I'll just... Okay. So you just go when you buy things from thingy. You're sure, fill up your thing. Okay, sure. Get told by creepy people in the town that bad things are about to happen. Sure. I've seen Markiplier play a few games like this, so this seems a familiar concept anyway. Okay, well, this is not the most exciting thing about the game, I'm sure. It's not my game, like it's still. Yeah, that's fair. So what's yours about then? Or is it just a convenience store as well? I mean, I guess convenience stores are pretty scary. Like if you have to eat the food at them, oh God, there are fates worse than death. Let me tell you, things that I never wanted to have happen, such as eating that heat lamp burrito that's been there for like 48 hours, or however long a heat lamp burrito stays under those things. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Close out a few things that are very much gobbling resources that don't need to be gobbled. Okay.
But thanks for the follow, NDA. Alright. So the game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, which is like a theme park in a building where all the toys come to life at night because of a curse on it. Same curse that brought you to life. The main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is like the MP of the game, if you will. It should empower all your abilities, and you know, it's pretty useful. I'm gonna let my sanity run low enough so you can see the insanity effect. About 60% it starts to show off. If your sanity ever hits 0, the curse takes you over and you lose. Don't let that happen. Terrible at jumps, apparently. If you go back to light, you gain your sanity back, but you gain no curse power, so you gotta balance between the two. Well, thanks for following, Robert Drago. She uses tarot cards for her abilities. I'm doing all the major arcana. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. Very exciting. Fan favorite, if you will. This is the Magician. It's pretty much telekinesis, if you will. You can pick up small objects and then throw them. Or later on you gain the ability to summon temporary cubes that you can stack to get to places. And throw. You also can manipulate objects in the environment, such as drawers, cupboards, doors. If you have the key, windows, light switches, you know, just stuff. Acts as a platforming toy. Probably my favorite ability in the game, honestly. An oldie, but a goodie. There's an indicator up in the upper left to tell you if you're in the light or dark. I'll just get my sanity back, because, well, it sucks to be going a long distance away from the light and then go, oh yeah, by the way, don't die. The pool can also break stuff too. Pretty much all the weapons can, for that matter. It's a steampunk game, it's in a steampunk world. The curse is on the building, so you can't actually leave the building, but you can wander around on the outskirts of the building if you want. It's safe until it's not. As the toy over there just found out. Oh, thanks. Yeah. This is Temperance, it's a bubble wand. Getting stabbed. Oh, nice to meet you too. Thanks again for the raid. And for checking out the project. I'll swing by your stream sometime and say hi. Have a wonderful day. Yes. I even made things like the statue just watches you. Just weird things. I love putting in strange stuff that's just kind of there. I switched them too fast. This is the Empress. Oh, sorry, the Empress. It's a it's basically Bomberman. It's got a traversal ability, but you'll have to see that later because it's not usable in here. Yeah. Red mushrooms deal damage to everyone nearby. You as well, so try not to get hit. And the blue ones heal anyone nearby. Well, supposedly they do, though the enemy does not seem to be getting healed by them, so that's worth noting. But that's okay. I recently gave them eyes. I don't know if I like the eyes very much on them. They're like light bulb eyes on these signs. As of earlier today, I did this thing. I'm going to build a mini circus under it, a little circus, but I haven't done that yet. I'm going back through all the areas and improving them because they were only so good. They could be better. Also, that thing shouldn't be able to fire after it's dead, but hear me out, it fired anyway. But I, being the skilled player that I am, block with my face. Justice is actually just a pistol, but it's actually proven to be really fun and good. Plus, it has a great hat. And that's really what matters. In fashion sense. I have questions. Wonder what the enemies are doing. I like to screw with the player, so sometimes you go into places and they're tiny. And then you're not. I'll flip on a light real fast because I have no sanity left. I forgot I took the key out of here. I had to put a new collectible in this room to make up for the fact I took the key away. You know, it's an okay thing to have around, but these don't do anything. They simply exist to shoot while you're gaining your sanity back. Oh, nice, DX. Nice, nice. Now you can get to work on that game dev doc. Yeah. That dream game is not gonna make itself. That's what I do. Stop working one job to work the next one. Wait, I guess it's not normal. Also, Ducky Land. Duckies. Ducky Land. More things to just shoot for no apparent reason. I just thought they'd be fun. They're also kind of in the way. Oh god, the duckies are winning. Ducky, ducky. Yeah, you see that? It attacked me. This guy made fun of him. I blocked the chat. Oops. Ah, you started on, but you haven't finished yet. You get to work. Yeah. Your notes are never working again? Well, I don't even think you even need to say that, because that's like every game dev ever who dreams of making all the monies and then makes the same game that's already out. Don't be that one. Don't be the second half of that, where you just make the same game that everyone already made and then wonder why it doesn't sell. Like, but my version of the game is marginally different. It's like Minecraft, but sort of not Minecraft. Because it has less options. Wait, what? That's terrible. Okay, best advice I'll ever give everyone. If you're going to use voxel graphics, never ever make a Minecraft style game with crafting of that, because they're just going to assume it's Minecraft. You have no hope. Sorry, it's over. I'm going to burst your bubble on that one. They're going to assume it's Minecraft. There's nothing you can do about it. It's over. It's really simple. Cover is better? That's fair. I mean, you can run with ideas and add something to them. You just have to add something to them. You just can't have the same thing. So for the new people, there were a bunch of women who were killed and were sold stuff, and it was actually just people. One of them was sold got stuck in the paintings instead of the toys. So she lets you travel to the painting world, which acts as the game's map travel. And may or may not include a toy rescue mechanic. Sometimes I put it back in and sometimes I take it back out. Or you can save toys by bringing them here. I programmed it and then taken it out and put it back in and taken it out already again. So more out of fear of too much work versus anything else. Oh, she saves by jumping into toy boxes. Which I want to make cooler than they are, honestly. Everything works, including all the saving stuff. Save for no reason. Collectibles are all here, though they don't have any information in there. I do need to put in much information. It's just going to be tedious work. There is a map. It shows where you've been. Just uncovers as you go. I might get rid of the question mark. I don't know if I like it. Maybe I just like it being black. Everyone's seen the tarot menu. I'm doing all the major arcana. 2 of the tarot aren't currently showing because I have no abilities for them. Well, I have abilities for the world. I just don't want it to quit. But all the black spots represent abilities I need to make. It's kind of like taking someone's song and new riffs and calling it yours now. I mean, that seems to be a very common thing. There's a lot less creativity in this world. There's so many people who are just literally living off of rehashing someone else's stuff. Like just copying their homework. And most of the time they fail because you copied someone's stuff. Like your stuff isn't... There's not enough to make it worth the time. That's why Hollywood does all the terrible remakes. Like, this is just a remake of something, except for it's live action. That's terrible. Or people who, you know, do covers of stuff. It's like, oh great, you released a cover of this on Spotify, neat. To be fair, some covers actually are pretty good, but you have to make a big difference to make it good. Most time it's usually just someone singing the song not as good as what you want to hear. And game devs are pretty bad for it too. It's just like, you know, I too am making my own Dark Souls, but it's full of way less stuff. Okay. Does it do anything different? No, it's just literally the Dark Souls system. Oh, I see. Unfortunate. I'm making an open world crafting game. It's in a forest where you chop down trees. You're like, is there anything different about it? No. Okay. The different thing is I made it. Okay. It's not that hard to stand out in this world. You just have to make something that actually is different. That's all. Or just AI slop until you win, right? Not gonna lie, AI slop does apparently pay well if you just game the YouTube algorithm enough. Wait, why am I not doing that? What, I'm dumb. I don't understand. I just explained a better way to make money, and here I am doing this. Mistakes were made. Oh no, I'm jumping about game. Yeah. I'm bad at my own game. It's not even a hard jump. I just make it look hard. This is the devil. It's got an aura that reverses how the curse works, so in the darkness you gain sanity, and in the light you gain curse. I need to put a drawback to it because it's obviously too good. It also shoots fireballs. Evil pop. Got her horns and everything like that. Funny little pitchfork thingy. Creates a, yeah. You think it's cool? Yeah, exactly. All too often, people just don't do that, and they're just like, about that. Oh yeah, so here the Empress grows and shrinks plants is its traversal ability. Small plants, not big plants. Like, it's not gonna grow a tree or anything. Just little things. Yeah. I mean, you know, just put some creativity in your idea. You can take any idea, because I mean, at the end of the day, this is a platformer, really, because Metroidvanias are platformers of a sort, you know? They just have backtracking and progression, essentially, whereas platformers are usually very linear, but, you know, you can take a lot of mechanics that already exist, you can make them good, you can add uniqueness to it. You don't even have to use all unique assets, because goodness knows it's not like I handmade everything in this game. I sure did not. I didn't handmade these rocks, those trees, those pillars. I did make Poppet. But, you know, didn't hand make the water. It's just a material I put on a cube. I guess technically, in a way, I made the water. I half made the water. There you go. I made the building. That's true. Just arrange it in an interesting way, and people will, hopefully be excited. Because if they aren't, well, you didn't make something very interesting, apparently. And yes, graphics matter. Please do not do pixel art. I know everyone and their grandmother thinks they can do pixel art. Pixel art is an art form. It's actually very hard to make good pixel art. It's not easy. You can't just do it because you picked up some, like, a pixel art tool. It won't look good. I forgot to move this tree. The number of people who show me their pixel art that they just started thinking it's amazing just boggles my mind. I'm like, what?
They're all going to abandon. Nobody could ever love me. The gears
I use free stuff too. I'm so bad about game.
Please don't be here, Violet.
I'm making this game look harder than it is.
The ether hums my ears.
Science Fly 3, yeah. Just do something to make it look kind of your own. I mean, you know. That's what I've been doing with these. I've been collecting mostly free assets that, you know, Epic gives me. You know, Fab. A lot of these things came from the free stuff. In fact, the trees I didn't get. No, I did get the trees for free back in UE4 days. Is there anything I had to pay for in this room? No, that came from EP Master Materials. The material on those. I mean, I made the pipes, but obviously didn't pay for it. I had to make them. I mean, besides Poppet. Obviously, there was, you know, some involvement on the outfit stuff like that. I don't. Usage rights on certain things, and you know, there's stuff. But for everything else, I don't believe I had to pay a single thing. I'd have to really go over the list of things that I actually had to pay for. I'm needing to use splines to make these things, so you know, I make these things with the splines, and I grabbed a wood thing like that was just a flat, you know, little square piece of deck, and I just made it into these things. Same the rails, these are just a simple rail thing that I just use splines to bend all over the place. I got the control room key. You can save a lot of money if you're just a little creative. I keep forgetting this is here. Stuck in that thing. You would normally have these here. I'm cheating and throwing that. You would normally have to grab these cubes. Also weird thingies in here. Yay! I'll do the puzzle without picking those up. Well, here's the thing. If you're going to hire somebody, you want to make certain that you give them as much of an idea as possible on what you want, because if you don't, you're not going to get what you want. Right? And also, I mean, like, it's going to be expensive to hire somebody to make a whole game. Like, depending upon how, like, making a simple concept is not hard. But you'd be surprised how long it takes to make games, you know? So, better make certain it's what you want before you, oh, it's caught on there, isn't it? Better make certain it's what you want before you, get too far in. Yeah, plenty of detail. Look sideways. Here I am flubbing my own puzzle. You know, I almost like having some simple rooms to go with the ridiculous rooms. Let's see, not trying to get anything for cheap. Just gonna be decent profit. Yeah. Well, the best things you can do is the longer the dev time, the more you can collect assets for cheap. Humble bundles, fab sales, things like that. You can get your stuff a lot cheaper, and that makes such a huge difference in costs. Because I mean, like, they keep giving me a lot of things for free. I have bought a couple things that they later gave away for free, and I was very sad. Like I say, most of my game dev expenditures went to the previous game that didn't ever get finished. Like, it was just such a dumpster fire. It did so many things wrong that it never got finished. And this game's just using those resources now because I'm getting something out of them, damn it. It's great. I'm so bad. Why'd I jump off? Oh no! Normally water kills you, but because I have the Emperor Tarot, it does not. All you can infinitely jump underwater too, by the way. That's how I let you swim. I slow time and have you infinitely jump under the water. So you just go, you. It may or may not turn into swimming later, but you can't really fight when you're in a swimming animation, so... My excuse is magic. If you ever need to ask why something works in this game, just assume magic. I mean, it's literally a doll running around, you know, using tarot powers. Magic is obviously involved, or she wouldn't be able to do that. Right. We can all agree. Is that right? People hand you the game with no strings, or is there usually an implied standard that makes sales? It would just depend on the agreement you made with them, right? Like if you say, hey, you know, you get royalties on this. Like a lot of people will offer that royalties thing, and it's not usually taken because the simple reality is games don't typically make it to market. So a lot of people are gonna be like, nah, I'm gonna work for free. The more money you put up front, the more likely they are to say yes, because very few devs are gonna turn down a wad of cash. You definitely want to set up some sort of agreement, some sort of a contract, some understanding of what is supposed to happen. Because if you don't, it's going to be awkward. And ain't nobody like awkward. I realize I no longer go to the secret room because I changed this up, so this is not a secret room, but the room off of it is a secret room. I don't go there, which is awkward. But an interesting thing, because I noticed my own playstyle changed because of that. You can get up here a different way if you want. I'm just taking this way because I don't normally go this way, and making the game look harder than it is. Trying to negotiate a cash price. I also have some royalties as well. Yeah. Most devs I know are not exactly swimming in cash. So they're very likely to only go for something where there's like money then and there. But you might be able to get it pretty cheap. I don't know. Like it would depend on how many hours really were involved. I mean, like, also polishing a game takes way longer than you think, so that's something to note as well. Again, it'll be cheap. Be a little cheaper, yeah. I mean, it's just how many months do you think your project's going to take, really? Like, I mean, like, the more you want your project, the more months it's going to take, you know? I mean, if you want this person to invest 1,000 hours or more into your thing, you're going to have to pay a lot of money, right? That's just how it works, right? If we can all agree that that's how it works. Like, most of the time, people often just pay them for small things, and they don't usually pay for the full project, because usually I have to have a lot of money for it. Oh yeah, I need to re-record these so they're too quiet, but I have these little crystal balls that tell a story of a doll who came beforehand, and it just shows the information on the side as it's going. But, you know. And I'm so pin You always sound like you're falling really far. This is a fun one for the new people. Because I saw someone with a frog game where they had a frog tongue that could latch onto things, I now have a thing for the hanged man, where she just uses a rope around her neck to latch onto things. I refer to it as the Legend of Spider Pop. She's a doll, she can't suffocate, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, you know, it's one of the things about being a toy. You don't breathe, so it don't really matter at all. She was in the Spider-Verse things, though. She was just really small. She was third row from the back. Happens. Apparently I can't fit through. I need to fix that. There's a few things I need to fix. Yeah, I should probably give something of an idea of the game. As I remember to fix a couple things now. About a year ago, about a year I would hope, but honestly I have no clue. I'm because I expect to play all hours, because I wouldn't be in a rush. That's fair. It sounds like a pretty sweet gig, potentially. You just gotta figure out what you want and kind of agree to it all in advance. Because, well, I mean, as long as you're paying someone more and more money, I don't think they care if you keep asking for things. Like, if you just keep paying them cash, I'm gonna let you in a little secret. They'll probably just keep taking it. I know, it's crazy, but they probably will just keep taking it. Someone keeps handing me cash, like, okay, you want something to sure. Okay, now I can walk through here. It was a little awkward before, where you couldn't jump up here, and that was just not good. That is still beatable on the other side, because I made this pipe one giant pipe, like an idiot. I wish I had not combined these together. Oh, that's not going to make a difference one bit. Yeah. You'd be surprised. A lot of people, they just... I've heard some real doozies in my time, especially when I was in the RPG Maker sphere. One guy shows me, he's like, I got $20,000 to put towards my RPG Maker game. It's like, you mean you don't want to use a better engine with your $20,000? Like, how much money do you think your RPG Maker game going to make, buddy? I'm going to go with not that much. Hear me out. It won't be that much. It's an RPG Maker game. Are you high? If so, why aren't you sharing? Why aren't you sharing? Oh, I'm just fixing a bunch of things so I think about it, so I don't forget. There was a cube in here. I actually didn't find that many bugs, but I just need to add more content now. Oh, I see why it's spawning weird. That. You've never seen RPG Maker? Really? Like, really? You're the only person in the known world who's never seen RPG Maker? Wow. Damn. That's impressive. I mean, it lives in infamy. Wow. Really? It basically makes, like, JRPGs as though they were all the Super Nintendo things, you know, back in the day. There you go. That's pretty much it. Like, in a nutshell, it looks pretty much like that. They're actually better looking than that, but you know, it's been like 30 plus years since that time, so you know, it's not really that great. Also, I should not have changed all these at once. These are all supposed to read 1, not the 1.25. That was the problem I was having. Everybody said it. I was talking about game idea day, and one of my buddies mentioned it to you. Oh, okay, well. I mean, you can look it up on Steam, actually. It's on Steam, but I would never buy it because they always have a Humble Bundle if you really wanted it. I wouldn't buy it in general. I think it's a waste of everyone's time, but I was part of it for a while. Technically, I'm still well known in that. I don't know why, but here I am, being all like well known and stuff. I make this smaller here. It's a game. It's you could make games in it, I guess. It's not wrong. You could make games in it. It's just not very good at making games, that's all. 52 probably. Hoping I can get about 10 friends pitch in with ideas and funds. I mean, you basically have a studio at that point, right? You got some ducats behind you if you got like 10 people backing and some money. Unless everybody, you know, coughed up like $100, in which case you have not much money at all. And I mean, I've got this game on a budget of like I've spent about maybe $1,400 in my entire game dev career on games. So I mean, I haven't spent hardly anything on this. If you count the funds from the other game, I mean, I just say this game's $1,400 because I just am using assets from the other game where I spent most of the money. But in reality, I've only dropped maybe a few hundred on this game. You want to create any content? I mean, I guess that's fair. If you got enough money, you don't got to create nothing. You can hire a bunch of people if you want. Just got to remember that people work on their own game for free. People do not work on your game for... Well, I don't know. There's always people on Fiverr, right? When in doubt, Fiverr it out or Upwork or whatever it is. I don't know. I've never hired anyone off either. I was looking at hiring potentially voice actors off Fiverr, but then I saw the extra licensing things and realized it'd be $10,000 or more to voice act the game. And I was like, never mind, I don't have $10,000. Sorry. I think it's really great that you guys want all this money for these few words, but most of you aren't even very good. So yeah, about that. That's better. I mean, this tree was blocking this path, so I couldn't have that as a thing. What you're looking at? I saw him Fiverr. They say he would create a whole game for 1,200. He was a top dev, not the top dev, but he had 240. I mean, it just depends on the game. Like, you know, a whole game. A lot can qualify as a whole game. I mean, I'm just saying. Like, does it have a start, an end, some basic mechanics? How long is this game we're talking about? I'm just saying. You're like, hey man, create this whole game for me, and you know, specify it. You probably get in like a half an hour game, you know, like with some reusable mechanics, so you could just play it over and over and over. And it's like, that's probably all you get. It's not going to be great. It's not going to have great graphics. It won't be polished or anything, but you'd be surprised. I would look at what the other things they made, because that's usually how it works. It's just like, oh yeah. I mean, depending where they are in the world, you might get like they might work for 100 or 200 hours on that, maybe. Seems unlikely. I don't know. Yeah, I thought that would be cheap, so of course I had to all those questions. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, 10K is a big different story. You know, for 10K, you can get a pretty good game for 10K. Just saying, man, pretty good game for 10K. You start throwing that kind of money around, people will be like, I mean, don't get me wrong. Your favorite game that you're probably copying probably cost a whole lot more than that to make. So you're probably not getting your favorite game. But, you know, as I like to tell people, it's just like, look at your favorite game that got you into game dev. Look at the budget for that game. And then watch the credits and count the number of people involved. And then ask yourself, are you really going to be able to make that game? Probably not. Yeah. You don't just have 10K. You're not just going to show up with a suitcase, you know, in the middle of the night somewhere. You got the game. You got the cash. All right. I'm going to leave it here. You over there. And we're going to walk our separate ways. No one knows anything. To get a cool trench coat. Play like some Spy vs. Spy soundtrack or something. I mean, you know, listen, sometimes that's what you got to do. That's where games come from. The backside of a unicorn. Sure. Why not? Why not indeed? It's so warm in this room. Open the door real fast. 1 second. I think that's actually what's been reducing the length of my streams. It's how hot it gets in this room during the middle of the day. I'm not used to like that, where at night it would just stay cool the whole night, because, you know, it would be, I stopped shooting at 7 or 8 in the morning. Now it's almost 4 in the afternoon, and let me tell you about it's not pleasant in this room. So usually it's just like 4 or 5 hours and it starts to get hot, and it's but I'm at like 7 hours and 20 minutes, so it's not like I'm doing short streams, but I have found that to be a thing that's happened a lot. Just it gets really real hot. Yes. But yeah, anyway, if you're interested in like opinions on your game dev doc as you make it, you can always like run it by me and I'll give you an idea of things you may or may not want to include. See, the way I see it is that I would get a game that I actually would be interested in playing. Not to waste countless hours looking around Steam. I've had potential to sell the game on Steam. They do it on Fiverr with the deal and help out with devs as well. Yeah. I mean, if you got the money to hire a dev, it's... Unless you really love doing game dev, if you really want your game made and you don't love doing it, and you have the money, you should just pay someone because, like, time is money, you know? Like, if you've got the cash and you don't want to do it yourself. I mean, if I'd been smart, I would have paid someone to make the game I wanted. It wouldn't have been the game I wanted per se, but it would have been done and I wouldn't have to do anything because I had started with a lot of cash before all the health problems, so I could have just paid someone. But I enjoyed doing the game dev so much. It became a hobby that I just wanted to turn into something more. Yeah. I need to separate this out into stuff that I want to work on specifically. Yeah, 11 is the key. Sometimes I don't always have the most creative ideas, so I just throw things together and I just keep messing with it, and over time things show up. I mean, I've reiterated some of these rooms so many times. I'm actually starting to appreciate a more simple beauty after some of these other rooms that are less simple. So I might leave some of the rooms simple intentionally to make the rooms that are complicated feel more variety, I think. Such as this room here, which is still a dumpster fire. Well, the bottom's okay. The top part's... The only game I've ever seen before? Oh, nice, thanks. Oh, well, that's very kind of you. Yeah, I am. I'm just kind of running with it. Whatever weird ideas. Some amount of this was because alcohol. Nothing. Nothing at all. The joke is that 3 a.m. me exists to basically, you know, provide problems for 3 p.m. me. Because, you know, 3 a.m. me would go, hey, this is a great idea. It might not even work by the time 3 p.m. me rolls and going on. So 3 p.m. me sits there and tries to make it work. Just tries to get everything programmed in and everything to work. Whereas 3 a.m. me is like, this is a fantastic plan. And I come back the next day and there's some bizarre contraption out of tomatoes and, you know, pipes and things. This was actually a thing, dude. There was a room that was like, you know, I called it the tomato room. Eventually it became like Tomato City, and then eventually it got redone into something totally different and axed entirely, I think. But there was some bizarre contraption of plastic tomato houses and apes and weird decks and things like that. It was just... It's supposed to be a room to face Charlotte. It wasn't fun at all, by the way. Not at all. The American room. Sometimes it feels like that. Sometimes I wonder why I was doing things. There were like 3 rooms out here that had no purpose, and they were full of rando ideas that I'm just like, but why? As you can see, they are not here anymore. Because it was like, I'm just gonna go ahead and forget those ever happened, if you know what I'm saying. Because, well, I didn't have any good ideas, and apparently 3 and me didn't have good ideas either. Oh, I mean, I actually originally did have a thing that, an indicator that you could put places for the text, and I still have it probably somewhere. It's more of just, there is an overarching plot. And there's certain things that have to happen in the plot. Mostly the major things are planned out. Little dumb things I don't really worry too much about because I keep moving things around, so contextual conversations or whatever won't really be relevant until I have everything exactly where it's going to be laid out so they can reference something. But these rooms had no purpose in the plot. Like, it was me just having to add... I would have to think of a bunch of extra rooms that just existed. And they were huge. Like I had like Charlotte's bedroom over here, which was like not even really going to be used in the chat like that, but I mean, her bedroom was like this big huge section over here because I thought maybe you'd have an encounter with her there, but I was like, oh, you already have an encounter with her right here and it's 2 rooms away. Why do you need another encounter with her 2 rooms away? That's nuts. This is not a horror game. Well, like, the boss room for this area was also this big huge section. But you only fought in this small little section here. And the rest of it was just this giant empty room. It's like, but why? And then there was a bathroom over here. It's pretty big. It's nice. I made a whole bunch of special, you know, things for it. I don't know what I was gonna do with it. It's just there. I have it still, only I made it small because I was like, well, it makes sense there'd be one, but how big does it really need to be? Its main purpose in this game is at some point in the game, in one of these places, I can hide something in the toilet. That's it. That's the main purpose. I'm 100% going to do that. I even coded it so you can open the toilet up to look. Because you can open these. That's true. But, hear me out. No, you don't fit down. You might think you would, but you don't. She's not quite that small. I did consider having toilet travel, though, as a joke. But I already have the paintings. Toilet travel makes no sense, but it is funny. I mean, I could make the pipe big enough that you could fit, but the problem is the model itself isn't big enough. So it's like, cool, but... okay. This is laggy. My computer's a potato. That's all you need to know. Look at those reflections. It's because the reflections in the mirror. That's what it is. Look at the reflections in that mirror. That's crazy. It's very important that I, you know, have reflections, because standing in front of the mirror is a tiny doll's fun. I mean, I could go to all that trouble, but I don't actually have a, you know, a model for that. And I suppose one could be made. I don't know if I'm making one of those, but, you know, maybe. But yep, see, you climb around all these things. Why'd I make this? Just so I could have little puzzles like this, where you could manipulate the thing. Just to get places. I can even do this again. Well, it's pretty hard to target it while you're on it. And if you do that, you'll fly off, so don't that. But yeah. I wanted you to be able to interact with the environments. I'm just adding in more and more fun things to screw with. After all, you can turn the faucet on. Why not? It doesn't drain slowly or anything. I mean, you can see there's no real hole for it to drain down. I mean, I could make it drain slowly if I wanted. I could make it happen. Oh yeah, the noise doesn't turn off. That's on my list of things to fix. Because it's annoying. There's actually some bugs I should fix. I shouldn't be making new toys and then not fixing the bugs. Oh, it's just a light switch. I think the water noise is an endless noise. Huh. Got the extra over there. Very important. I need a reference to it so I can destroy it. It's important. Never question why these things happen. And destroy this actor. Actually, it's a component, isn't it? Yeah. My bad. I could have just pulled off it and typed destroy and it would have worked. But now whenever I have a weird idea, I just kind of add it to the game. And whenever someone suggests a weird idea, I add it to the notes, typically. If there's like any likelihood I'm ever going to do it. And even then, sometimes I've added some things that were just so stupid I was never going to do it, but Sometimes. I could put stuff in the toilets too. There's not even water in the toilets. There should actually be water in the toilets, by the way. Oh, it's not wrong. There should be water in the toilets. There really should. Hear me out. There should be water in the toilets. Oh yeah, sure. Validated get. Invalid destroy. That's just the focus thingy. I use the same light on off system, even though it's just water. Sure. Because destroying it might not be enough. Apparently it kind of keeps playing anyway. Yeah, a lot of these things, this is what falls down the polish thing. Like, this is what they really mean by the polish. Like, you know, when you get that game from that person, they're not going to sit there and put a bunch of, you know, things like working faucets in your game unless you specifically say, hey, I need these. They're not going to have, like, you know, all the extra particles, all the extra sound effects. It's going to be, like, you know, pretty bare bones before polish. There was a video I saw where they were talking about the 10 things you could do for gameplay feel. They took, you know, some guy swinging a weapon 3 times over and it made it into something that was absolutely fantastic. And I mean, there were things like shaking the camera when it hits the thing, you know, having a particle on the swing, you know, like that, having it, like, you know, make a hit thingy when it hits them, you know, having it like knock them back a little bit or stagger them. It was just a big list of things. And sure enough, each time you turn one thing on to show you, and it's like, wow. There were still 3 attacks, still lame, yet it was much cooler. Why is it not destroying the sound? Honestly, why am I even doing it this way? I think it's like I could delay it that long. If I have a sound component, like an audio link. Can I get the link? So we get the sound. And I can just duration that, right? Yeah, okay, I can still do that. I can still delay it the duration. Wait, I don't need to delay it the duration. I just activate it. Well, no, because I want to loop it. But yeah, I mean, like, it's what you want it to end up out being. Like, you know, what are you doing with it? Like, where are you going? Where are you going for? What's the? I mean, you basically have to tell them exactly what you want. Just saying you want something polished doesn't really mean anything, right? What does polished mean? It's all the extra things that take your game from being like this mediocre thing to fantastic. A lot of it can be gameplay feel. I mean, you'd be surprised how often just little things, like me putting little sound effects in for every little thing, makes a big difference. A lot of people don't do this because it's the polish phase. They just want their thing done. It's fair. This says loop anyway, so I don't even need to keep playing it, right? It's just a loop. But it's not a loop. Wait. It's a loop now. So why not just do that? Better idea. Why not open up the other thing so I can have a extra thingy, content drawer? Put that to the side. One moment, please. This is not the same kind of sound. You would think it's just play sound, but it's not. It's a different thing. I always forget what it's called, but it's not called that at all. It's an audio component. At least that's the theory. It's supposed to be a... Oh, this is that, then... So, Y-O? Do you know worko? Oh, no, you should work. I was like, wait a minute. It's more like saying, hey, at this point I'll be able to test it and let you know some things that may need to get added. Take it out. Yeah. Well, I'm assuming you're going to iterate a bunch of times over it. Surprised you didn't. You could also set up where you pay them like a monthly amount and then you just have goals that have to be met that month, and at the end of every month you test it and be like, hey, is this what I want? And you just like the option to end the contract whenever with what you got. The downside of that is people program things in a specific way, you know, and there's no guarantee that they will you know, do it the same. Also, I did this in like the stupidest way possible, and I have no idea why I did it this way. Speaking of people doing things in weird ways. I can just activate and deactivate on there. I don't know why I spawn sounds. It just makes no sense. I can just literally do this. It's so much easier. Sometimes, past me doesn't always do things the right way. Past me just did things. Because past me was like that. It do be like that. Yes. It's not bad, yeah. And you might mess with the process, yeah. Well, I mean, like, you're gonna want to have them tested over and over and over. Like, I mean, I assume you'll have an endless number of testers, which is in a way really kind of cool because, as a game dev, a solo game dev, I have myself as a tester, and I'm often terrified to let other people test because I don't want to hand them my project and have them steal it or something. So I have to test it under like limited things. I'm gonna run tests through like Steam, so then they won't be able to easily steal things, but I'm not just gonna hand it to randos. Whereas you've got, you're paying them, you have like all you and all your friends to test anything, so. It's play indoors. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I remember when I first started, I was so worried about telling people about all these ideas and things like that, but here's the simple truth of it. Everyone and their grandmother has an idea, so what? It means nothing because if you don't do anything with it, who cares? It's irrelevant. But also, you gotta tell people about your stuff. Like, they're not gonna get interested by saying, well, I have this super great idea. I just can't tell you. But now I have so much evidence that I made this because I have hundreds of streams of me making it, so if anyone tries to steal it at any point, I could be like, hey, Steam, here's, over a couple hundred streams of me making this. Thousands of hours of footage of me making this. Feel free to give me all the money they were about to make because they just stole my idea. And by some idea, they stole my code. This should stop playing. And yet it's not. This is the bathroom sink stuff, right? This is one of those? Like, that's what this is? I'm not... Yeah, it's totally that. Let's see. After taking a different look at life, I started thinking to myself, it's only material things, it's only takes it, then need more. About that, but people will try. Still streaming? Yeah, I am. Streamer, I was just kind of messing with things and chatting and, you know, having fun chatting, so I just kind of keep going. At some point, I am supposed to, well, there's a guy who wants to meet me later today to deal in some cards, but other than that, yeah. Already slept, have insomnia, so awake. Welcome back. Welcome back. You know, watch some boring videos on YouTube and you'll be out in no time. That's like YouTube in a nutshell these days. There's like nothing interesting on that platform. It's terrible. So boring. Just slop. Doesn't seem to matter how often I thumbs down things or just... Actually, I just don't recommend. I don't even bother to thumbs down. I don't care. Just like, don't recommend this video. Don't recommend this channel kind of thing, you know? Like, at some point, it's just not worth my time to interact with these things. I don't care. Is there something else telling to play the audio? It shouldn't be working like that. I'm literally telling it to stop audio, which... And deactivating the thing playing it. How do I do the mirror? Blah, blah, blah. You have to have a reflective thingy. I'll hide it real fast here so you can... A mirror of some sort. And I don't remember all the things I had to do on this, but you need a mirror material. Which... You show the modifieds on it. Yeah. You make a material and you have to use planar reflections. You can turn on high quality reflections if you want. Both are options, but you need this planar reflections thing enabled. Yeah. And then once you have that, you also need a planar reflection in the world, which would be this volume here. Blockading the thing, of course. In which case, you have to play around with these various things like that to get it to look good. But mostly it's just these planar reflection settings on it. That's it. They're a little costly. I mean, it gets kind of laggy if the insanity effect is going and it's mirroring all that crap. So, yeah. Didn't realize the interesting else if you start the work. Yeah, pretty much. That's what I do whenever I just want to work. Whenever I have free time, I often just work on stuff. I don't always have a good idea necessarily, but there's so many things I can work on that, you know. Yeah. As well, right? I'm kind of confused by this audio thing still playing. That's weird. How many more ways can I tell it to stop playing? And we're reading the value of water on and off right here. Defaults to off. Is this sound plate location, but that's fine. This just plays and ends. Sure, 1 and 2 is fine, doesn't really matter. I don't feel like jumping up there every time. I'm just gonna cheat right on over. Could have sworn this worked earlier too, which is so strange, but I don't know. Water sound too, sure. Water sound 1. I know it's wrong. There's never running that a second time, turn it off. Would have worked the way the other one too, but no reason not to just have an audio component directly on there. I don't need to spawn at locations and go. There's no need to do that. It can reference the sound. It's literally gonna use the sound whenever it's around. It can reference it. It's fine. Yeah, about that. Sometimes I'm just dumb. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Is the dumb. Hmm. Remove that from my list of things I needed to fix. I need to go through and make a big list of things I need to fix that's more specific, because whenever I write like nebulous stuff, it's real hard to go back through and go, oh, I gotta fix this and this and this. Yeah. Things that just, they need to be a lot more specific. Like, I don't need this reward for unlocking all the paintings as something to do. The game, it'll be the end of the game before you unlock all the paintings. I don't really see a world where I care about that right now. It's not a thing to fix. It's just this nebulous idea. Yeah. Too often that's the case. It's just like, oh yeah, I could do this and this and this, but what does that really entail? It is. Oh yeah, toilet paper rolls. See, I actually don't know how I would accomplish this one here. I was trying to figure this out. How I would have a toilet paper roll that caused toilet paper to fall out on the thing on the ground and then be able to be torn into sections. I mean, maybe it would like some sort of a spline comes out of it, and then like you could remove sections of the spline, and then you'd have to spawn another one in it. I don't even know. I was just realizing how complicated it'd be to program a roll of toilet paper that you could just tear sections off and it would just roll down any amount. Like I could make it spawn sheets of toilet paper and I could make it shrink as it went down. That wouldn't be a big problem. I think the breaking it at random points would be tough. I don't quite have a good idea on that. Maybe there would have to be some sort of a spline setup that... I mean, if it just kept adding +1 to it every single time, it rolled down a thing like this, just like take +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. But again, like, and you'd have to like break it somewhere and have it spawn the other one and like remove just that section. So it would actually, you wouldn't even be spawning a spline thing, you would just be spawning another actor attached below it. And then you would remove X number of actors and then spawn a certain number attached based on how many you removed. Yeah, like it'd be, yeah, it'd be interesting. I think I'd be just attaching actors essentially like that. It's a lot of effort for something that it's probably not making it to the game, the roll of toilet paper, but you know, maybe. Yeah, some of these things, the ideas are dangerous game of why would you do this? But that's okay. There's so much dialogue things you need to add in, but I keep changing things. I was going to do a bunch of dialogue and then I moved a bunch of things around again, which keeps making it a big pain. I also have to get all that crap together too. So that's the thing to note, the audio stuff. Anyway, I've had water to the toilets. Can't think now. Toilets need water. Because it's weird to not have it. All my homies hate that it doesn't have water. Oh, that's the water flow there. That's right. It's not called water, it's called the kill cube. Yeah. Does not question the kill cube. Oh yeah, you can't. This is not in the regular world. This is. I have to place it. Open. Open. Always program this so you can do it later. Do not move the seat. Nope. Because yes, you can die by hopping into the toilet because there's water in there. Poppet does not like water. I wish I could turn lights on for this though. It's very dark. Do I not have an open on this? Is that not a thing? Really? Really? I'll do that too, but it's not even a child. Usually I make doors like these like a child of it, so this way I can just as easily, you know, recycle the code. Oh, I'm not even rotating that stall. I'm rotating the cylinder. Pretty certain I'm rotating a cylinder. And the whole scene, never mind. Wait, why am I looking at the whole thing? There we go. Now I can see this a little better. Yeah, that's a problem. It's not spherical. I didn't think this would matter until here. but I can't really do a lot with it because of the fact that it is in fact a weird shape. Undo this. That's how you get to it. That's what I want. So I have the kill cube here. And maybe a kill cylinder? You can't really do a kill sphere because the water will be too high. It needs to be flat. If I make a child of it though, then I can't just as easily change this out. But the static mesh can be different. It doesn't matter. That's fair. Let's just make a child of it. Um, right? Where's it at? I just want a regular cylinder. Actually, where's this cube at? I want to use the engine one. Yeah. Yeah, kill cube, yeah. Kill cylinder, yeah. I can just stretchy it in fun ways. Yeah. Also, these are starting to say battery low because I've been at this for quite a bit. Quite a minute. Not clogging your toilet. That's what we're doing here. I was having a fair amount of fun messing with this, but I'm also getting hungry. So I may end up stopping at some point because of that. Wait, why does the kill cylinder not have options to change things? Um, I mean, these should be... Oh, they're not even instance editable. Hmm. That doesn't seem right. How are you not instance editable? Oh, I see what the problem is. You modified thing. I was like, wait a second. Something does not add up here. I'm only showing the modified, so of course it's not going to work. Duh. Where's the kill cylinder? What's up here? Weird. It's under element. That's what it was. It's also a death option too. It does matter though. You can't just make things just death and then expect it to work out. It's still rounded and weird. I don't have a good way of coming up with anything other than I can just make it look okay because I can just make it seem not very thick. Okay, well undo that and don't do all of them. Just do this here, 0.05. Make it like that, and then I can shrink it down so it's a little more fitting in here. It'll get the job done mostly. It's never going to be great, but you know, how much were you truly hoping for, right? Obviously pure quality, you know, like who doesn't want to spend infinite time on a toilet? Oh, actually, that looks okay. Now that I spent important time on this, as you can see, Rudy, my toilet is more realistic now. Oh, never mind. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Mix all in the thingy, as I don't have the tarot enabled initially, so it's instantly death. Listen, hear me out. I don't leave it enabled. I could leave it enabled, but I just have a button to enable all of them. Really? I was just checking out my brand new toilet and you have to shoot me in the face? Damn. Oh yeah, I have a new water particle when you jump in. It's so much better looking. The one thing I don't like is that it kind of shuts off the underwater effect under there, so it's not like perfect. There might be a limit, but you know, maybe toilet travel could be a thing. But one of the problems I have is that this is... Actually, I don't have a problem. This could be not solid. But the issue is, I'd have to redo this to have a hole in there. And then where would you go, right? Like, I mean, I could have a bathroom somewhere where you go in there to get to some place, but I don't really like it when you go down. I try to keep you on the same floor most of the time as my restrictor for where you can go in the game. I mean, there might be 2 floors involved in a chapter, but I don't know. But it's not a bad idea, because I'm sure people are excited to jump in a toilet. That's why we put this in here, because people are excited to jump in a toilet. I mean, come on, think of all those people who drink rated water in Fallout. I mean, like, what do you want, right? People do these things. They're like, I ran out of Tide Pods into the toilet. You're like, or something. Nah. It's just one of those funny experiences where people go, oh, I should do this, and then they do it, and you're like, okay, well, you jumped in the toilet. You've done well. Well, now. It's like a little bit too small at this point. But the issue is it gets too big down here, potentially, yeah. It goes up and down quite a bit. So it might just be a cap on exactly how big it can be. You might just have to accept that it's never going to be perfect. Because I don't really know how I'm going to make it match. It's always going to be a little bit off those sides. Kinda, is it? Actually, no, maybe it's not so bad because it's not actually a square. It shows up as a square on there, but it's not actually a square. It actually has a collision that's not a square. That's the thing. So I can probably change that out to not a square, by the way. But yeah, there's really no easy way to fix that problem there. And maybe out the back or something would be an option, but then it just shows up that way instead. Yeah, maybe I just have to accept that it's not going to be as good as I want it to be. There's water in the bowl. It's something, right? Like it'll keep people sort of happy. I assume. Yeah. Okay. I guess if I had a smaller one below it. That causes its own problems. What sucks is I can't make this flush because it's part of the model. Like I could play a flush noise and I can make the water go away. I'm not sure how I'd swirl it. I guess I could change the material to something that looks like it's running and then maybe rotate the little cylinder thing. But what I can't do is this thing is one solid piece, so I can't move this. I'd have to break it into two models somehow. That's like a blender thing. Why do people do this? Why do they make it one giant thing? They knew I want to flush it. Didn't give this to me. Jerks. Close up all this stuff. Oh well. Any day where I improve the bathroom stall, it's automatically a good day, right? Disaster averted. You can now drown yourself in a toilet. I think on that fine note, I'm probably going to call it for the day. As exciting as it is to drown myself in the toilet and all that in the game, food sounded pretty good. Indeed, indeed. Plus, it's been like 8 hours or 11 minutes. That's pretty good. And like half the people left already anyway. So this whole thing was not exciting to people. I understand. Not everyone's about the toilet. I think the little restroom thing is literally just a weird side project, right? Just keep adding things to it and it gets cooler and cooler, but still a restroom. Weird doodads, you know how it is. Anyway, I'm gonna call it there. wave goodbye to people on YouTube and Kick, and then if there's enough people, I'll raid out on Twitch. Is why not, right? Bye bye. Oh shit! Yeah. For those who don't know, the game's called Poppet Quest. If you like what you saw, follow, subscribe, wish list, join the Discord, or don't. You know, either way, thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. 8 hours and 12 minutes earlier than this. Maybe earlier than that even. At least 8 hours earlier than this. Yes. So, bye bye people on YouTube and Kick.